And I think we're live. There it goes. All right. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with two of your favorite show hosts, Ari Still.
And Volasal and No Fern because he's been called away to work at the very last minute yet again.
Yep.
And the responsible party is a drunk cowboy yet again.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're in Genshin. We busted out the Geo girls who we haven't pulled out in a while. Go kill mushrooms.
Yeah, I mean, there must be a lot of mushrooms in the forest, but I never seem to be able to find them when I go hunting.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they are. I got lost in R&R land in that side quest chain and murderizing a gorillion of them. I do know there is a Geo variant of the mushroom. Thinking of. I can start up here. So we're just gonna wander around in Gimshin. Since we're gonna go off on a tear with the Star Rail stuff, since it's stuff we can actually talk about, do we want to just do the email first so we don't let it drift that late into the show?
I mean, that might be the safe option. Hold on. For some reason, the beer bottle on my desk has spontaneously overflowed even though I wasn't touching it. I don't know. This beer seems to have been unlucky lately. Ugh. Keeps spilling all over my desk, even when I'm not touching it. Anyway, let's just do this email because I don't want to be conspicuously unprofessional. Regular unprofessional is fine. Here we go. Right, so for that, I'll do the shtick. First of all, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in our Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description, on the show archive on YouTube, if the link still works. If it doesn't, please contact us.
Yep, I check it every few months, but bit of a pain in the butt to check because I have to check it on a device that isn't signed in Discord, or I have to log out and log back in. But for me with this, so we have an email.
So, let's just dive straight in. Dear No Excuses, this is one of those emails that have been sitting in my draft folder for 3 weeks, so some stuff might be out of date. But I have bought Diablo 4 because it was on sale and because apparently Season 3 was the one that revamped the loot system to be apparently good. Reading the patch notes made me wonder why none of the QOL features were added in the 1.0 release. Some of them seem so basic that it boggles the mind. Case in point, as far as I know, all the legendary powers you salvaged from gear used to clutter your inventory. Now, legendary and masterwork upgrades just go into your codex of power. Other than that, the game is alright. It still starts out awfully boring and slow, drip feeding abilities and making you run around chasing MacGuffins. It got a little better near the end when some actual plot happens. But then one of the main characters gets killed in the most stupidest way ever. I was Captain Picard double-face palming at it. I guess they really wanted to remove him from the narrative of the next expansion. All in all, wait for Path of Exile 2. I have also come across another dark fantasy RPG that takes place in a desert filled with all kinds of monsters, the Black Reliquary, which is a total conversion of Darkest Dungeon 1, with all new voice acting, heroes, and mechanics. If you are willing to relearn most of how you play that game, feel free to give it a shot. And finally, the part where the 3-week-old draft comes into play for real. RTSs. Remember RTSs? Well, Stormgate came out of the Stormgate rimshot and proceeded to land more or less on its face. From the looks, it's literally StarCraft 2 but with Warcraft races. But we also have Tempest Rising, which is literally Tiberium Wars with the red Tiberium. It's not even funny at this point. I tried the demo and it was yet another, it's alright, I guess. Spoilers, my next email about the War Within, it's going to end with the conclusion of, it's alright. Serithus.
All right. So after its launch, I don't think any of us gave too much of our free thinking time to Diablo 4 at all, other than to make fun of it and articles. Because thing with ARPGs, they're all fighting an uphill battle. Because once you find one that works fine for you, it's kind of like, since they're meant to be replayed so much, I'll just go play that one again. A little different. And then in addition to that, you've got all the issues that Diablo 4 had at launch. And even if they fixed up the loot system, that was just one of the many, many complaints about the original about the original launch of Diablo 4. Stuff like, in-game progression, ways that you can level up your characters and their talents and stuff. Like all that was just out there and a problem.
Yeah, it's like MMOs in that way that your previous investment sticks around and any new game has to fight against it. It's not sufficient to just be okay in and of itself. And realistically, that's been my approach. Like for me, for a whole variety of reasons, really, I didn't at any point consider playing Diablo 4 to be a live option.
Yeah.
The only thing that would have got me to play it would have been if Ari and Fern were both beating down my door to play it. Probably one or the other wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, and I had no incentive to even give the game a shot. After the initial stuff came out, that oh yeah, it's not real good, my dudes. I pretty much just wrote it off and never looked at it again. Have to pull Nahida out just to turn on the Spider-Man points, but yeah. So yeah, that's Diablo for us. I don't have any kind of opinion on Diablo 4 because I just kind of forgot it existed.
Yeah, it didn't have that phenomenon effect that like Diablo 1 and 2 did. And Diablo 3 was more of a comedy of errors than anything else. And honestly, that even if they fix Diablo 4, that doesn't make me interested in it. And a lot of the reason for that is simply that their inability, their singular inability to learn from the clown show that was Diablo 3 just makes me think that it's not going to be worth the effort of playing Diablo 4 because they're clearly, to put it as bluntly as possible, the development team is too stupid to be trusted to make a game.
Yeah.
So there's just no point in me wasting my time with them. They
Yeah.
are too stupid. They're too stupid for this industry. They're too stupid for this genre. They are bad at their job and they should just stop doing it and find another line of work. Because what it looks like Diablo 4 has done is basically converge on like launch Grim Dawn or launch Titan Quest circa like, I was still like in like year 12 or something when Titan Quest came out, and Diablo 4 is only incrementally better in the design space. Like, and Grim Dawn is infinitely better on infinitely less money.
Yeah.
The fact that that's what they're competing with should be read as an indictment of Blizzard's development team. They lack vision, they lack talent, they lack creativity, they are lacking in every conceivable way. So I don't trust them. Even if you say to me, "Oh well, it's really really good now," I still don't trust them. They'll just clown it up some other way later. I don't want to invest heaps of time in a game in the hopes that it will be, to par with its immediate competitors later. Why isn't it up to par now? They've had so much time because Diablo 4 is not a game that was developed within the scope of the development of Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was developed starting with Diablo 1. I mean, if you look at Diablo 2, you can see the improvements that they made. They're all evident.
Yeah.
Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 is not revolutionary, but very distinctively evolutionary. You can see what they have changed, why and how, and the clear sort of progress between them. The fact that there's no progress between Diablo 3 and 4 in any meaningful way, in fact reverse progress, because people got, by the time the expansion for Diablo 3 came out, a lot of people were relatively happy with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
it took way too long to get there, but they were relatively happy with it. But the next one comes out and they're just right back to being unhappy again because they undid a lot of the things they did.
what's hilarious to me is a big reason that people were okay with Diablo 3 after that point is because Diablo 3 had got the console version. And the console version had a mostly separate dev team working on putting the port in. And they just changed a whole lot of the garbage in there that they're just like, why would you do this? So it wasn't even Blizzard that did the cleanup job on Diablo 3? Or it might have been Blizzard, but it was not the same people that made the game. They came in and did the cleanup work on it. It was the console port people, and they just took all those changes on console and modified them for the PC release.
Yeah, basically, I can't be interested in Diablo 4 for a similar reason to me not being interested in the new World of Warcraft expansion. Is that I just have no faith in the people making it. They've betrayed me too many times. Like, why should I keep putting up with it? You wouldn't put up with that from a person in your life if they just promised and failed over and over again. Why should I put up with it for my entertainment?
I know people in real life that do put up with that, unfortunately, and it baffles me. They continue to trust people after they stab them in the back over and over again.
But yeah, so it's not like I don't like ARPGs. Like anybody who pays any attention to this show, not that there's very many of you, will know that we spent a whole lot of time playing Grim Dawn together, and that game is not new by any stretch of the imagination. It's totally orthodox by the numbers ARPG, but we still had a good time playing it, and that's because it's just it's a solid title, and we kind of like the genre, and so we were willing to spend time playing it. But they also haven't screwed the pooch over and over again. Even if Diablo 4 and Grim Dawn are both games that were on the up and up, Grim Dawn didn't have, all of the baggage of previous betrayal weighing it down. And frankly, they started in a better place than Diablo games do these days.
It's not even
Like, it was
just
perfectly workable before that.
Grim Dawn's a good example because they are the polar opposite of the Blizzard dev team, and they're just pure transparency on what's going on with their development and the active communication that they do with the player base to explain why they're making some changes and what they're doing. So even if they're slow to implement them, and the game is a gazillion years old at this point, they are 100% transparent when they do them, and there's full communication with the player base there. That's the opposite of Blizzard. You
I
could
don't
not
recall
get
them
more.
ever saying you think you do, but you don't either.
No, they do like full dev live streams, and we'll preview features that are being implemented, and we'll go further with ones the community likes, and back off of ones that have a big enough backlash. Happened apparently multiple times, although I was only in it for really one dev cycle, that interim between the latest expansion and
But I mean, they have a committed player base who will buy every expansion probably for the next 10 years.
they'll even buy the stupid DLC. Just give us more money to support us so we can keep making the game bundles that cosmetics in them.
Yeah, I mean, and people still buy the new Titan Quest expansions when they periodically come out as well. Like, people have, got loyalty to that game, and I don't think that Blizzard really cultivates the same type of loyalty. The type of loyalty they tend to cultivate seems to be a more weird, cultish sort of strain.
It really does feel like everybody that latches on is afflicted by Stockholm syndrome. Like they just
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
let go.
I'm seeing the new wave of shilling going around right now for the new expansion, and there's an awful lot of it, but I'm not finding any of it real convincing because when I look at the game, like, it looks intrinsically grotesque to me now. Like, I'm not excited by anything that I'm seeing. I just have nothing but contempt for it.
Yeah, whenever I look at anything to do with WoW now, just I remember how unhappy I was playing WoW and how much happier my life has been. Pretty sure I didn't know exactly. Um, and how much happier my life is without WoW in it. Being away from Yep, there's a sightseeing point.
I don't know where you found that hole or where you've gone.
Oh, I will reverse my direction of wandering down the mystery hole. Mystery hole is about directly above me. That's direct. But yeah, I have trouble talking to people that are Blizzard fanatics at all anymore, and I don't for the most part. That'll talk about and defend their games because, like, yeah, but think about the people you have to interact with when you about the type of game you're playing and how it's just going to be stabbing you in the butt. You could play literally anything else, any single player game out there, any of the mobile games out there. You could even go to Final Fantasy, even though patch right now, and have a better time. And that's saying a
I mean,
lot because have you
I
interacted with the community there?
I recoiled violently at the way Final Fantasy is this time round, but that's like, oh well, so they've had one real damn squib. Okay, this is not actually a pattern of betrayal the way that we've seen in the past from Blizzard and continue to see in a variety of ways. Like it's them historically, them being successful at anything to them is a reason to not take anything seriously going forward. Like they're just really unreliable as a going concern. Any time things get better, no lessons get learned. They make the same mistakes time and time and time again, and it's exhausting to be a part of that cycle. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to wake up in the morning and find that the patch notes say that their favorite thing has now been completely obliterated because of, you know, some focus tested grey paste bullcrap.
Yeah.
But that's usually the way it goes with Blizzard because they trust their metrics more than they trust basically their player base. So yeah, and I would be, I don't know how I would feel about Diablo 4 being good either, because I'm not really that sanguine about long running successful franchises these days.
Yeah,
It seems like more often than not it gets used as an excuse to phone it in.
yeah. It's good way to put it. Long running franchises, it's like they got a shelf life that even if it's successful and fairly playable, you're just you're running on borrowed time basically before the somebody gets the bright idea to just insert an agenda into it and make that the only focus product, or you're just creatively bankrupt and just pulling Modern Warfare and release the same game over and over again. Or
Yeah,
Assassin's Creed.
ultimately, it's usually just general staleness that becomes the thing. Like, everybody who's ever listened to this show knows that I'm a diehard Fate fan. But I eventually, after a long time and a reasonable amount of money, just dropped FGO. Not because FGO had gotten significantly worse, but because it never gotten better.
Yeah, it stagnated.
They just were too comfortable running in their groove for an extended period of time without really thinking about what ought to be done in order to, give that game a future and, somewhere to go. I mean, there was just it was not exciting. Like while I still enjoyed the stories and things, it was always a case of, yeah, but it's just going to be more of the same. I'm going to be doing the same old fights for the same old reason, grinding the same old materials to clear the event story. Why? That's not fair. Why did it not light up? The next grapple point just didn't light up,
Oh,
and so I died.
but yeah, even if we're into FGO for the story, they got so complacent with they're just free money that game is. That they can't even release the story at a decent clip.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something going on in the back room there that's mucking it up. Like basically, Blue Archive is in free fall at the moment for the same reason as FGO, as far as the up to date version is. But there's actually major stuff going wrong in the studio due to. We might talk about this a little bit later in the show, depending on time and stuff. But they're actually victims of corporate sabotage, and that's basically probably what's going to kill Blue Archive in the end.
I see.
They're in a real bad state right now, like really, really bad. Most Ian fans don't really realize it, but Blue Archive is on the verge of death at the moment, and it's not for a good reason. It's because of corporate sabotage. But yeah, it's 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 really it's a depressing sort of like end state that successful IPs often wind up in, where they have gotten, you know, almost justifiably comfortable. This is sort of like, and I understand the impulse to want to support a franchise that you're a big fan of and all that. I really do understand it because I've done it and I'd continue to do it. The problem is that that type of thing can become kind of sclerotic. Like, there's not really any. You get to this point where there's no safe middle ground for you to occupy, where you can support the things that are good but not support the things that are bad. There's no method of approach which allows you to do that, and you get stuck because you really want to support the thing that you like, but you know that if you do, they will take the wrong message from it, they will do the wrong thing, and you will end up with a miserable product as a result. And that's basically what happened in FGO. Like, there are lots of people who, you know, I know from watching the community discussions, were supporting it because they were convinced that it was going to get better just around the corner based on, you know, things X, Y, and Z said at the last development interviews and stuff. But it never happened. It never happened all the way. They were always too scared to pull the trigger. And, you know, it might be that it was something like their shareholders told them, no, you can't rock the boat right now. We don't want you to, because things are fine as they are. And it was always, things are fine as they are, things are fine as they are, and things always remain fine as they are until they're not. And then once they're not, you've got a problem on your hands that you can't fix, because you should have been innovating the whole time, not just serving, you know, quarterly report.
It's a mess with live service games like that, but especially with live service games, though it can happen to any franchise once it starts iterating, making sequels
So
or pieces of media.
to bring it back around to Diablo, like, I don't think that I could ever be interested in a Diablo game again unless I had a good reason to believe that it was like really meaningfully visionary. Like, everybody was saying they've done something here which makes this game different to the other games, and not in a bad way for once. Like, it's not that I'm just craving novelty either. It's that the only thing that they've been doing is repeating their basic formula with a slightly different engine over and over again, and hoping that that will be enough. And most of what they, like, I mean, just the fact that Serethus says, oh, well, they've improved the loot system. It's like, well, yeah, okay, so they improved the loot system. That's all well and good. Number one, why did it need improvement? And number two, was not that exactly what was wrong with Diablo 3? The loot system was complete garbage. And my personal opinion is that when they, quote, fixed, unquote, the loot system, that it was not any better. Like, other people felt that it was better, that's fine for them. But what I felt was that meaningless legendaries were gushing out of every orifice. So it went from famine to feast, and therefore it didn't really accomplish much long term.
Yeah.
It was less frustrating, but as a result of being less frustrating, it became more bland.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
With Diablo 3 had all kinds of issues with it being the first that I can think of game that publicly, aside from like SimCity, was the colossal flop it was because of it. That managed to penetrate the public and actually get people to play it. That was an always online game and required an internet connection at all times for a game that could be almost entirely played in single player, if you so chose.
Yeah, well, I mean, had a lot of other things like they basically ruined their PR with the real money auction house and things like that.
Well, the Real Money Auction House did more than ruin that. The reason the loot system was such a mess in Diablo 3, at least they had that as an excuse, I suppose, of they tried this really, really stupid idea called the Real Money Auction House, and the game suffered for it because their drop rates and drop quality had to be adjusted to accommodate it.
Yeah, well, it stopped being a game essentially.
Yeah,
It was not. It was not a game aimed at entertaining and engaging its players. It was an ecosystem for a game system of sorts. You can call it a game system. I don't know whether it's really appropriate to call the Real Money Auction House a game system because it wasn't an aid of the game. But yeah, it was an ecosystem. It wasn't a game, and that's essentially something that you once you come back from it, you can't have your time over again. You had your opportunity to not be a huge cock up and you failed. Like
yeah,
this is the thing, right? Blizzard games are always coming back from the brink. They don't launch bangers anymore.
yeah. Uh, Overwatch came out and it had a bunch of hype, and that was the last time a game like theirs even had hype behind it, and that petered off faster than any other Blizzard game. Like as soon as people realized where this was going,
Well,
it
it petered off faster, sure, but like there are a lot that are just they don't have the chance to peter off anymore.
yeah, nowadays every single launch they've had, every single expansion or new game they put out has just been terrible at launch. I don't hear
I,
anybody on the general
I
gaming
mean,
populace talking about the latest.
I would say Overwatch 2 launched already in a moribund state. Like it was not.
Oh yeah, it
There was nobody who had any hopes for it post release. Like the second it touched the ground, people knew in their heart that it was doomed. Nobody was trying to like. I couldn't even find any shills for it. Like other than the ones who were like actually paid to play it on stream, of which there were very, 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 very few because Blizzard didn't engage in that, which was dumb because that worked like that was an absolute banger for its competitors. That was how they got their foot in the door. But Blizzard's too cool for that, I guess. But yeah, so there was no hype for Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 was dead on arrival, and it earned that dead on arrival status. Like it was the most some of the most cynical plays that Blizzard has ever attempted to make, just done in plain view of everybody without an ounce of circumspection or contrition. It was just
oh yeah, all
a
these
disaster, and that's sort of the standard pattern for Blizzard now is to operate in that way.
yeah, especially with the way their development cycle for Overwatch 2. I don't know how anybody can trust because they initially came out like, oh, we want to make a sequel because we want to add these features, and it's gonna that's gonna take a lot of resources. So we're gonna launch it as a full expansion, and we're gonna single player and do X, Y, and Z, uh, and all these new game modes and new characters and stuff. Okay, whatever. Sure. Okay, you're gonna try and sell that as a whole new expansion instead of or a whole new game instead of just a new patch or a $15 expansion. Okay, sure, whatever. I don't. You're way overselling it, but sure. At least that's a reason I can kind of believe. And then they just are like, no, that's all going to take too much work. We don't want to spend that much money on all that stuff. We're just going to make a sequel and force you to pay for it if you want to keep playing the game.
Their army of shills is impressive in its own way. Like, I suppose that the some of the big ones really stick out to me. Like Michael Bell, for instance. Like he's capable of making good content, but when it comes to Blizzard, he just treats Blizzard like some kind of religion,
Who is
and he's
which one? What's his
Belluo.
online? Oh, okay. All these
He
people folks
basically
know their real names.
he basically treats Blizzard like a some sort of religion. Like his interactions with Blizzard are the same as sort of like my interactions with the Pope. Except, like, I don't like the current Pope. I think that he's a bad theologian. He's a bit of a shoddy individual personally. He doesn't show the due care that his office should. He's just generally bad at the job in every conceivable way. He says bad things all the time. He brings ruin and scandal on the church constantly. But the reason why I'm still loyal to him and still pray for him is because he's the Pope. And that, as a Catholic, that means that there's an ontological meaning behind that. Being the Pope is a thing, and the office of the Pope has meaning. There is no system of thought in which the office of being Blizzard has meaning, and yet people still treat it like they've got there's some kind of like reason they should be loyal, that they should trust Blizzard, that they should assume that everything is going to be okay. There's no divine protection afforded Blizzard.
Yeah, it at one time I could have treated it as and I did for a long time treat it as just people have just sunk so much of their time in that they've just developed loyalty, sheer amount of hours they put into products. But it kind of goes beyond that. Once we've had this many stinkers for this long, I don't think that's a valid reason anymore. I think they're just brainwashed.
Yeah, well, this is the thing why I think that I go to Bellula if I want to know what complete and utter normies are thinking about the state of World of Warcraft, because he's absolutely convinced that he has a cutting edge take, and he is absolutely convinced that he's not a shill. I honestly believe that he believes that he's not a shill. He is absolutely a shill, because while his defense of not being a shill is always, well, look at all of the things that I critique, look at all of the feedback that I give, look at all the things I say that are bad, the things that I say that are good. I'm just giving a fair appraisal of this. The thing which gives lie to all of it, though, is that instead of taking past performance into account, every new expansion he hits the chatbot reset. And it's just like listening to a chatbot all over again. It goes back to exactly where it was last time. It'll be couched in the, oh, we know that X, Y, and Z happened in the past, but this is a new expansion and X, Y, and Z is happening this time, and that's somehow different. It's ridiculous. You could have ChatGPT produce his content. The particulars change, the factual particulars change, but the reaction is the same every time. It follows the same pattern and the same arc every time. And the tragic thing is that he's probably the best of them. Most of them don't even rise to that level. They're just sort of like empty-headed shills, as opposed to shills who have deluded themselves into thinking that they're not. It's just depressing to watch, because I mean, like, he's also capable of good content. It's his towering arrogance about his own intellect is basically the thing that hamstrings most of his content. He's one of those people who is very good at appearing humble but not actually being humble inside at all. And I suppose it's overly judgmental of me to say that, but that's how he comes off to me, because of the way he high-handedly speaks down on people who disagree with him about things, and the sorts of things that he takes as a given are incredibly normie things. He doesn't actually think critically about anything that's the accepted way of thinking. But yeah, and the thing is that he's the best of them. Like, he's one of the ones that is actually capable of producing good content, who actually does think about things. But the problem is he thinks about everything within this bizarre pseudo-religious frame that is, Blizzard is going to be good one of these days. Just you wait and see. They'll return to the glory days one day. If we just keep critiquing them long enough, they'll eventually listen, and everything will be okay.
Yeah. Oh yes, this chicken boss arena.
Chicken.
The boss arena. I don't think I've ever gone down here.
But yeah, it's people's sort of like interactions with Blizzard are just kind of they feel depressing and inhuman to me. They don't feel like the reaction of a person that's engaged with a product. They seem like the reaction of a person engaged with a cult, where they're constantly seeking for justifications for their actions, why they're still loyal, or an abused spouse is the more common analogy that people use for people going back to Blizzard games. Because this is not one of those scenarios where the person has gone and accepting certain tenets to be the case, because everybody knows that Blizzard was once better and they chose to be worse. That's the thing. Like, Blizzard is not a natural phenomenon. It's not like the changing of the seasons. Everything that happens at Blizzard is driven by somebody's decisions.
I don't know. You might be able to make a seasonal clock based on Blizzard scandals.
Yeah, but that's more sort of like mechanical clockwork than like a natural process with natural explanations. But yeah, it's just because Diablo is part of this ecosystem now of like sequential cynicism and betrayal and cynicism and betrayal, and then a little bit of an uptick when they realize that things have gotten too bad, and then back to cynicism and betrayal again. I can't be excited for Blizzard products. Anything that is Blizzard-esque is just tainted. Like you need to come from a different place. Like it's almost like Blizzard is in some strange sense spiritually moribund. Like they are just so devoid of any kind of life that they're not capable of producing life, type of thing. They can't produce a good game because there's nothing good left about the people making it. Which is like that's a sweeping statement to make, but even whatever good they might have is embedded within this framework that is not dedicated to that good at all. It's very there's a lot of gravity to their trends. They seem to be quite content to trace the same arc over and over again. Every time they do something good, it gets sucked back into the gravity well before too long. Lots of expansions launch looking like they've got potential, and then they just go down the gravity well. I mean, everybody talked a huge game about how great Torghast was before Shadowlands came out. Everybody was hype about it. It seemed like such a great idea. It's basically simulated universe, was what people saw of it. And it had the sort of the highs and lows of simulated universe was supposed to be in there. And people were talking about that a great deal. Everybody was excited. And the whole thing fell apart. And there's not a reason for it. There's not a reason for it other than this sort of like haunting gravity that Blizzard has to completely cock up everything they touch. They can't not do it. Like they're under some kind of curse.
People,
And eventually, sometimes they haul themselves out of these holes, but it's always too late, and they're always in this process of dragging themselves back to the starting line. Whether they are ahead of the starting line or behind the starting line, Blizzard's gravity always drags them towards the starting line. It doesn't drag them towards a magnificent finish.
yeah. So yeah, I Zarathus did not come back with a glowing review of Diablo 4 there, and honestly, I don't even know if my friend. I would have to have some kind of personal interest. Oh, talking to me.
I would be willing to play it if I was like, if for some reason time zones magically aligned and Ari and Fern were logging on every day and I was free at the same time to play with them. I mean, that would be enough to get me to play nearly anything. But the way things currently stand, I can't imagine like intentionally sinking time into a Diablo game of my own accord. Like I might be able to do that with, say, Titan Quest or Grim Dawn because we've got firstly a history of playing it. Secondly, I know that the devs actually support it and want it to be better, and also in a certain sense for those devs, it is kind of like it's their meat and potatoes in a way that their livelihood depends on it. They can't afford to screw it up. There's not going to be anything left if they do. and so they treat it like something precious, not just like the latest entry. My screen keeps going so dark. Can we get away from this little promontory?
Yes, but I had to rescue the Nara.
Did you though?
No, but Paimon was asking me to.
Well, Pyron was asking me to as well, but that didn't mean anything. But yeah, I mean, I suppose that if you play a lot of gacha games, sort of the cynicism of developers is sort of laid bare in a way, and you kind of come to terms with it. It's like, well, they want this thing that they want, and we want this thing that we want. So if we can enter into this sort of like open and transparent mutual exchange, things will be fine. Like, I know that Hoyo is trying to screw me. They want me to spend heaps of money in the gacha, and depending on the quality of my experience at a given point in time, I might be willing to spend heaps of money on the gacha. Goodness knows I spent enough money in World of Warcraft over the years. Who's going to tally that up?
Yeah,
It's a lot of freaking money.
I'll think
Especially
about it.
considering a lot of the time the New Zealand economy was not doing great. And so the exchange rate was really poor. And heaven forbid Ari ever try and cast his thought in the direction of League of Legends and what his account had spent on it.
I apologize to everybody for what I did funding that game.
But yeah, so but in those situations, it's much more obvious that the individual that we are engaged in a business exchange with has these particular interests and are going to exploit these particular tricks, these particular psychological games, and the FOMO and all of the this, that, and the other. They want you to spend money on their game, but if you look at like Hoyo, what are they actually providing up front? They're providing what is functionally just a magnificent game experience up front. And what you engage with in the particular, that's up to you. They're going to try and trick you into spending heaps and heaps of money. And you might decide it's actually worth it based on what you spend on other games. But at least there's something sort of open about it, especially now that it's much more well known, the sort of extent of psychological trickery that goes into gacha and that sort of thing. Like for most people operating in the tech space, gambling psychology is not a closed book anymore. People know exactly what they're being tricked into. And, you could argue quite cogently, an alcoholic also knows that they're an alcoholic. That doesn't mean they're going to stop being an alcoholic to stop it ruining their life. That's true. But I mean, ultimately, self-control is required in real life. You just need to develop that as a skill.
Be nice.
In the case of Blizzard, though... Oh, go on.
I was just going to be nice if that game experience could tell us where the mushrooms are.
Yeah, well, you could use the tracker. The tracker's not very good, but you could use the tracker.
Could, but we'd be teleporting all over the place.
That's true. But yeah, in the case of Blizzard, people are not interacting with a business partner. They're interacting with some kind of weird dream of the way things should be.
It's more for a bunch of people. They probably got into Blizzard games when they were young or in their teens, and so they're not just normal dreams. They're dreams of when life was better, in the 90s or 2000s. So I get that that's that's really alluring, but
the world had not gone to pot. The economy hadn't gone to pot. It was a different time. Back in the 90s, everybody thought the world was on the up and up, as opposed to spiraling down the plug hole.
Yeah, that's gonna be like the last real golden age of your lifetimes, folks. If you were born in the 90s or lived through the 90s as a teenager, that's it. That's as good as it gets. While I get it, I get clutching onto every memory from them times. The Blizzard that existed in that era is dead. Literally the people that made that company and those experiences aren't there anymore. It's just a bunch of fat Californians that are wearing the names and IPs as a skin suit.
And the bringing back of Metzen is not going to change that.
Yeah,
one man is not Blizzard, and Blizzard is not one man, and he is not the same man he was back then either. A lot of water under the bridge since then.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
there's not to say he doesn't have more talent than the no talent hacks they had writing during the
that's not
likes of
hard.
the likes of Shadowlands, but you're not interacting with that reality anymore. That's not a thing. It doesn't exist. This is not the now. This is some fantasy of a bygone era, and you can't have it back. You just can't. And the edifice that is constructing it actively wants to destroy it. They don't like the past. They don't like what was represented there. All you have to do is look at Wizards of the Coast to see this, process taking place a little bit further down the line. People have the same sort of affection for like Wizards, like let's say Magic the Gathering. They've got the same affection for Magic the Gathering that people have for Blizzard products. But you've seen where it's gone, right?
Mhm.
You've seen what a cynical mess it's become. The sorts of things that they're prioritizing. This is just where it's not going to get better. Like the people who are at the top, like the Mark Rosewaters and that, like they are the ones who are entirely complicit with this new world that they live in, where everything is about them, striking brand deals with big IPs so that they can have Godzilla in Magic the Gathering and that type of thing. So that they can have Black Aragorn. Like this is not the same world anymore. Things live and die. Nothing goes on forever. What old franchise has not been destroyed?
Uh, they tried to kill it. It got saved, and it's probably going to die again now that he's not at Capcom anymore. But for now, I've got Devil May Cry.
But they destroyed it first. They had to
Yeah,
run it into the ground, and then through a series of events that is so remarkable that people actually do comment on it, they revived it for the course of one game.
well, that's the point, right? It takes a insane scenario for the old stuff we love to come back from the dead.
And frankly, my assumption from the beginning is that they hated him for it. They hated him for his success, and that's why he's gone now.
I would imagine he probably did not make a whole lot of people happy when he came in and showed him up as big as he did.
He was an indictment against everything that they stand for.
Yeah.
And that he's now no longer there because the environment probably got really toxic for him. Like, that's pure speculation, but this is just the way it seems to go these days. Anybody who's truly visionary, if they don't have their own company, then it's all going to fall apart. Like, I mean, do you think that outside of his sort of like bizarre, legendary context, that Yoko Taro could make the games that he does?
Uh,
If he was not a force of nature unto himself, it simply wouldn't take place.
think I don't think a world exists where Yoko Taro. There isn't a world line where the individual Yoko Taro exists and he isn't a crazy person.
I think that well, the thing is, I think that he's on borrowed time, and it's going to, before too long, Square Enix is going to want to rein him in and bring him in line with the ESG party line, and it will all be over. And if he does not have ownership over those IPs, then you're going to start seeing near games come out that are complete dog shit.
While I don't actually think he would have too much of a problem towing the usual ESG talking points. What I do think he would have a problem with is
Well, the thing is that that's what they do, though, right? They will want a story of a particular kind. Like, people adore Devil May Cry 5. Why did they adore Devil May Cry 5? Because it told a story that made sense. Despite the fact that Devil May Cry is a franchise full of things that don't make any sense, the story was still highly resonant. It was highly dynamic. It engaged with all of the sort of like really timeless sort of story themes about conflict and family and that type of thing that you need in order to write a decent story.
and
None of the threads of that story were about oppression or empowerment. They were all fundamentally about the way things actually are.
yeah. And how deadbeat dads are useless. They
Well,
come
yeah.
they come and cut off your arm.
I mean, there's a meme about there's like a meme where people do the who would win, pitting two characters against each other, and um the one of the meme opponents is always Virgil. He has to pay child support if he loses,
Yeah.
which of course always seems to result in a resounding victory for Virgil.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately, it's just a more resonant world. If you compare it to Design by Committee Dino May Cry, which is the best that they could offer in that sort of like unanchored context where it's not tied to human experience in any way. Which it sounds bizarre saying that something like Devil May Cry is tied to human experience, but it is. Because, disrupted, abnormal, poorly, like disharmonious, broken families are a thing that exists in the real world that a lot of people resonate with because it's part of the human experience.
Uh,
The thing is the reason that as a theme actually functions is because the normal person finds a functional harmonious family to be an aspirational thing, whereas the ESG line is that the family is totally irrelevant and has no meaning. So you can't tell a story about either happy or broken families.
yeah. Uh, Also, in terms of Devil May Cry and Devil May Cry 5 specifically, the raw creative freedom, because it wasn't designed by committee and it's basically free reign to do whatever. Um, the uh, the game was able to produce outside of its core story moments just a bunch of really fun memes and meme moments, and just let itself have fun, which is something a lot of
Well, I
game
mean,
devs forget video games are about.
well, they're not allowed to make them about that. They're given these things that they've got to accomplish. They're given their milestones, and it's like, well, we've got to run from milestone to milestone, checking off all the boxes. That's the important thing, because otherwise the boss will yell at us. It's not a creative endeavor. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to meet the requirements of the project.
But unless you have that kind of creativity and creative freedom in your game, you're not going to get Dante doing the Michael Jackson dance with the new hat weapon.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that I've seen online. They're all obviously not Devil May Cry fans, but they find that sequence to be like terrible, horrible, bad, offensive, etc., etc. Like they hate it. They hate it. They hate it. They hate it, and they can't stop talking about how much they hate it. But the vibe that comes off them is that they hate it because it's fun. They hate it because someone somewhere is entertained by this, and they resent that.
Yeah, it's it would not surprise me, not surprise me in the least. Everybody that plays the games loves it and will meme on the hat forever. We also the community loves that game and the what was put together about it so much that they do things like go out of their way to turn a lawn chair asset that is used as just a destructible piece of environment in one level into a galaxy tier meme that is
The,
now
the, the,
cross franchise.
the problem with this though is that these have all become lightning in a bottle things. Uh, Once
Yeah,
upon a time, you could build a mythos of these things from game to game because the games were being made out of the love of what they were. And even in that world, all things have their limit. They all have their shelf life. They're going to run out sooner or later. But I thought you said you got rid of all your freaking withering. My goodness,
oh, is there still one down there? I don't know if I've ever
I'm
come up here.
getting my butt kicked. Now,
Hang
I'm going
on.
to back off.
Yeah, hang on. I've climbed all the way to the top of this stupid thing to get this cube. I cannot swap parties until that stupid tiger down there resets.
But yeah, so I feel like Diablo is sort of like the decaying rump of an idea that was like early 2000s Blizzard,
Mm-hmm.
essentially. And it's basically unsalvageable. Like the most you can do is repair a decaying edifice. You can't actually make it good again. You can't actually make it live again because there's too much baggage, too many things that people have added to the requirements of what it needs to be in order to be Diablo. You can't go back there again, and because of that, you can't recapture that excitement again. I don't think. Like, there's just nothing about it strikes me as fundamentally cool. It all strikes me as, just going through the motions. And I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm so sort of enraptured by the types of games that MiHoYo makes and has made over the years, is that they have 0% fear of just leaning retardedly hard into rule of cool. We can fix the rest of it later. But the thing is that they also seem to have a sense for what is actually cool, as opposed to when modern Blizzard tries to do a cool scene, it just makes you cringe into a singularity. The most famous one in recent days was the sort of the weird. How do I explain? I don't know what to describe it because I'm not part of that world anymore. At the end of near the end of Dragonflight, or at the end of Dragonflight, there's a scene where like all the dragon aspects come together and start burbling about working together. And somebody at Blizzard thought that was a highly emotional scene, when it is the most asinine garbage that you will ever lay eyes on in your entire life, quite possibly. Especially since it's attempting to be sold to a mature audience, but it's the most fright garbage ever.
I give up on the Keyless. Clear the Withering Zone.
The people involved in producing that, in all likelihood, thought that it was good. They certainly were willing to sign their name to and release the sodding product. But there's no life to it anywhere. It's completely hollow attempts to pantomime like they know what is engaging, what is resonant. They don't. They absolutely don't. They aren't really even trying to. They're just aping the actions that one would expect to see in resonant storytelling content. It's like, oh well, I mean, if we act this particular way, that's basically as good as doing it for real, right? No, it's not. Everybody can tell whether it's legitimate or not. Oh, these are useless to me.
Are they corrupted?
I'm getting bad ones again.
Was they corrupted?
I don't know.
And
this is really complicated and really underdocumented.
Inactivated fungal.
Inactivated, dormant, and robust are all completely useless. I have hundreds of those. The only ones that matter are luminescent and crystalline.
What's trying to target Nahida? I can maybe. Oh, we can't reach it.
Yeah, I think this must be a property of the Withering Zone.
Build that. Oh, still missing.
I need to go find a statue because I have no health left.
I'm trying my best. Oh, it's because of you assholes. These
yeah.
stupid shrooms were eating my Nahida's charge attack targeting, so I couldn't hit the stupid withering point.
To come full circle, yes, Blizzard has clowned up Diablo 4. They have to go back and fix obvious things that should have been in the game since the start. They don't really understand what they're fixing or why they're fixing it, just that it needed to be done. They don't realise that it's their fault that it was bad to begin with. This is not some grand improvement that they're making to the game. This is them fixing their idiotic mistakes. They don't really seem to have a clear image of what constitutes a problem and what constitutes a victory either, for that matter. So yeah, as a product, I have zero interest. I long for that world, but I long for it with a very clear vision that it's just a nostalgic image of the past. It's not something that can ever exist again. Like, part of quitting WoW is accepting that, right? that you can't go back. It will never be there again. Even if you can recapture exactly what the real thing looks like, it won't be the real thing. Is that actually how this works? Okay.
No, you gotta push the.
So, next thing is about the total conversion of Darkest Dungeon. I really didn't play much of Darkest Dungeon.
It was popular for a while there, but I didn't get into it. I played it, but I didn't make significant progress.
I feel like it's one of those games that if you engage with it, you really engage with it. If it doesn't engage with you, well, it's just this thing that you touched once and then you never touched again.
Yeah, and it's definitely.
I think it is just kind of binary that way. I don't think it actually really says much about the quality of the game itself, whether or not you stick to it, just about your personal tastes. And it was not something that I stuck with. But I mean, I certainly saw a lot of people say that it was really great, and there are people that I've followed online though I think are reasonable people who were really into it. So I mean, I don't have any bad impressions associated with it, but it doesn't really seem like my jam. Stormgate. I have heard only bad things about the studio that's making Stormgate, and only mediocre things about Stormgate itself.
I've heard nothing.
Yeah. Basically, every opinion that I've seen of Stormgate is that it's so unremarkable that this not really worth commenting on. Like, RTS as a genre is as close to defunct as a genre can really be, while not having any clear technological reason why it should be so. In order for that situation to change in any meaningful way, it's pretty much necessary that somebody needs to come out with something that basically overturns the market as it is. It overturns people's logic about RTSs. Nobody has got a clear idea of what it should look like, otherwise they would have done it already.
Yeah.
But something really needs to shift in the way that people look at gaming in order for RTS to see a revival. Ultimately, I think to be really good in RTS requires a level of skill that I think is largely inaccessible to most people, which creates a pretty high barrier to entry to begin with.
Yeah.
Like I'm terrible at RTS, so that's not me trying to ennoble RTS players, but playing an RTS mediocre is pretty difficult actually, and playing it well is extremely difficult because it requires you to think about so many things simultaneously. It's a level of attentiveness and thought that the TikTok world is not prepared for.
Yeah, they already have trouble with this problem in finding can't get by them because they're too mechanically complex, and that's a game you can get into rote muscle memory with just enough playtime. A genre like that, RTS is never ever going to get into rote active thought process the entire time. I think it's just a little beyond what the current population can do. You're not going to
I
be able
think
to sell that to.
fighting games have bigger problems than that. They've got this little problem called the FGC.
Yeah, yeah, but from just a game design perspective, you can see how somebody would could greenlight a fighting game, and but greenlighting an RTS from a company's perspective is a much harder proposition because you're it's not going to have a whole lot of staying power unless it's a phenomenon, and or you've got some really good ideas that you manage to sell somebody on, and you're just going to be fighting an uphill battle with
Well, I think the case in point for that really, like the easiest way to express it, I think, though of why it's so ossified, is the ridiculous amount of pushback that simple inputs in Grand Blue got.
yeah, especially
Like
the
it's a
first one.
game by autists for autists as a genre by autists for autists, and any simplification they take it as personal insult.
Yeah, I'm a proud Charlotta simple input main.
But yeah, I think that there is a certain element of that. Like, it's true that you can learn a lot of fighting games simply by bashing your face on it, but that process is kind of abusive in a lot of ways because it's not um it's not really a case of well, you can learn these skills in isolation. For most people, it's like, well, no, actually you have to already be a person who is emotionally calibrated to be okay with being humiliated over and over again by real people.
Yeah, there's no getting around the face grinder aspect. But that face grinder, the thing I was getting at with that comparison was the face grinder aspect is still there in the RTS genre, but the thinking part of it never ever goes away. You are constantly in a fully active brain state of mechanically what to do the entire time because you're trying to keep a list of strategies, units, abilities that are active and spent, and what the opponent stuff can do the entire time you're playing the game. It's not like it's not all of it isn't present on the screen at all times. To give
Yeah,
you
I
a
mean,
visual reminder.
it's essentially like the MOBA exists as, whether people like it or not, it's a simplification of the RTS genre.
I,
Fundamentally, it's a simplification, and it's still outrageously complicated to the point that most people just can't play it.
I latched onto MOBAs when they came out because they gave me the RTS style control feel without having to do the kind of brain work that an RTS requires. I only ever got okay at a few RTSs because it's just so much work constantly. There is no downtime at any point in a match in RTS. You're going full bore the entire time.
I
There,
mean, that's really how MOBAs got their start, though, right? Because people just they wanted something that was a little bit more restrained, and so custom maps were that.
yeah.
And the most popular custom maps became independent games. I played custom maps as well. I played all kinds of custom maps in StarCraft, and um, actually in Galactic Battlegrounds I also played custom maps. Um, Not that anybody played Galactic Battlegrounds. Um, Basically, I find one particularly memorable custom map I played in Galactic Battlegrounds, called Senate. It was quite popular, and it basically involved you being part of the Republic Senate. And I don't know how it was supposed to work, but what invariably happened is that people would dick around endlessly with the functions and not really understand what they were doing and end up breaking the Republic. So in that sense, it was a good simulation. Because being an incompetent politician was what you ended up doing.
I see.
It was a very strange game mode, and I never encountered another player who could adequately explain to me what we were supposed to be doing. Because back in those days, I just tended to go to the custom map channel and join whatever had an interesting name. But oftentimes inside that custom map, I couldn't find anybody who knew what we were supposed to do.
Oh man, dated us super hard. The idea of go to the map channel.
Oh, it didn't even occur to me that might not be a thing that exists anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing we did when I was a kid and you were a young teenager probably.
Yeah, I was probably about 15 when that was what I was doing.
So I would have been about 10. Man, we're gonna be back in my day, and you know we're 70 years old because we somehow survived the apocalypse to the remaining young people that are left. The world is dying. Back in my day, we had to connect to IRC chat if we wanted to talk to people while something was going on.
That's where I used to get anime from.
I know. I got plenty of torrent links from IRC chat too.
No, not torrent links. Like, I downloaded them through IRC. That was how it used to be done.
Oh yeah, I didn't ever have,
FileShare didn't.
I didn't ever
FileShare
do
was not a
that.
thing. BitTorrent was not a thing. There was no BitTorrent.
I remember the first torrent client I had was a good old Net Pumper. Oh man, that's when I started downloading it. So I would have been, yeah, I was about 11 or 12. and I skipped the get direct downloads from IRC chat part of it, but I did get magnet links all the time. Those appeared really fast.
Those were the days. I mean, they might not have been the days, but we didn't have any responsibilities back then, so.
No, the world was everything was looking good. You know? Then life happened.
But quite aside from all of the problems with the RTS genre and the fact that as a result releasing a mediocre one simply can't capture anybody's imagination anymore, from what I've heard, the Stormgate team is outrageously woke. And that's
Yeah.
basically the death knell to any company. Like if you're an ultra woke company, you simply can't make good games because you don't have any creative people, you don't have any creative capacity, you don't
Yeah.
have any. Most of the people you've got don't even have any brains. Like wokery is next to failure because people who are woke are failures. That's just generally the way it goes.
I got kidnapped by a cutscene when we killed the things around this guy.
He's just crouching on the ground, holding his head, as far as I can see. This isn't more Aranara stuff, is it?
He's talking to me about Sumter Beast that kicked over a hill of churl.
Good Sumter Beast. But anyway, yeah. So I only ever play RTSs for like IP reasons, basically. Like, if I want to command an army of Space Marines or whatever, I'll play Dawn of War. But the exercise is not to play an RTS, the exercise is to command an army of Space Marines. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a revival of RTS would look like or what you could even do. Like I can totally imagine going back and playing RTS, but I can't imagine picking up a new RTS. Like I could totally imagine playing some more Age of Empires. I can totally, and you know, people go back to Age of Empires every time they do a re-release. And I can totally imagine going back and playing Dawn of War. I can totally imagine going back and playing what was the other thing that I had in one? Command and Conquer Generals, especially considering how irreverent that is by today's standards. But actually picking up a new RTS, it's like, oh well, what sort of sludge is this going to be? What can they do that's at all interesting? Because you know, again, you're in this position where it's not enough to do the same thing again. It's just not. Like all of the WoW killers in the MMO genre, they all just did what WoW did and assumed that because they weren't WoW and that there were people mad about the latest patch in WoW, that meant that they had room to be successful. No, that's not how this works. It's never been how it works, and it's not going to be how this works.
Wes is big on the kidnapping. I tried to feed it Paimon.
Are you trying to feed Paimon to a Sumter Beast or something?
Yes. Well, I tried to get Paimon to feed it, hoping that it would also eat Paimon.
You've become invisible.
Yeah, now he wants to steal my fruit.
Okay. I don't see you anyway. Anyway, we've rabbited on about that for long enough, probably. Basically, the short form is I don't trust Blizzard with anything, and that includes ex-Blizzard employees who are making RTSs now.
Yep. Product to California as well. Last thing I'll throw in that fire. I just I don't trust anything coming out of modern California, TBH.
Yeah, and I mean that's an unavoidable thing. It's it's a creative endeavor that has reached the end of its useful lifespan. That is to say, Hollywood as a whole.
Yeah, both Hollywood and Silicon Valley are just totally useless now, and just are whenever I see them attached to anything, well, my expectations are now below the basement.
Yeah, I mean the reality is that they've reached the sort of point where they're running in their late stage FGO groove at this point, where they've realised that if they keep serving up slop, people will keep consuming it, hoping that it will suddenly stop being slop somehow.
Yeah, and there's no helping those kind of people, especially when they're going to infect their own product with California as it's going through. Uh, there's have I just not been down here at all?
I don't know where you have and have not been. Sumeru is a big place.
Summer is huge. Look at how these
Oh
puzzles.
no, Prima's trying to get me to go and chase an R&R.
Right. Oh, that's right. You got to light up all the flowers. All coming. At least in Genshin, you have a very arrested stop moving. So the equivalent puzzles in Star Rail, I always slide. Might have going too far. These when you take your finger off the stick, it yeah, Simmer is huge. I've probably missed just ginormous sections of this entire area. Here,
You're invisible again. Oh no, there you are.
I was the R&R away. Wanted me to fix this
You and your
garden.
R&R.
But yeah, we'll have many opportunities to complain about both Blizzard and the California Silicon Valley gaming industry as time goes on. I'm sure.
I don't know how I would react, honestly, if World of Warcraft had a revival. I don't really see myself going back to it, but I'm not really sure how I'd react because it just seems like an impossibility at this point.
Yeah, I'm so far disconnected from the crew that still plays that I know that I haven't spoken to them in years, probably. So of the people I know, that I don't think there's any real chance of me ever going back to WoW. And even
Yeah,
if they do have a good
as a solo
expansion,
experience, it's just not compelling anyway. Like people keep telling, "Oh, it's got all this great writing now." Yeah, well, what you consider great writing just means, oh, it's better than the slop that they were doing before.
we're going to talk about a choo choo train coming in later, and I guarantee you, WoW can't top that.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I don't think that that is actually necessarily even particularly great writing, but what it is emotionally compelling.
I'll take it.
Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of issues with it, but ultimately, it's got that vibe that shows that they were actually really trying to
Oh,
tell a story that would make people excited.
I'll talk about how I'm very confused about one aspect of what's going on, but it doesn't matter because there was a I got to throw a choo choo train into a boss.
Well, I mean, the whole thing was collectively a banger.
I think we were already here. I think we went.
Well, lots of people did bitch and moan about it though. But
People are going to complain about it. Everything. So yeah. Okay. Oh, there's a wall.
you and your so
So,
much
thank
red
you for
on
the
my
email,
screen.
Sarathus. We will. You can continue to report to us on the state of WoW because goodness knows we are not going to go out of our way to, and we will give you our uh, armchair quarterback takes on what's going on with Blizzard.
Somebody is stealing breast milk from the fridge again, probably.
Probably.
Because that's how they do.
Right. So I guess we return to weeks now.
Turn to our usual programming.
So, how was your week?
Busy, busy. Um, I have. I did not have a huge amount of time to play things this week. I've played some of the new patch for um, Star Rail, and I very much enjoyed the whole experience. But there's been nothing that I've been particularly upset with. It's been mainly for me a farming week because I pulled Fei Xiao in the end because I'm not intending to go all in on follow up attacks since I've got a couple of competently assembled teams, more or less competently assembled teams, insofar as horizontal investment will get you. I at least want to be able to nod in the direction of follow up in a reasonably convincing fashion. Like, you can't, unless you're going to start spending money, you can't build a premium team for every archetype. You just can't. There's not enough Stellar Jade in the world. But it's helpful to be able to at least go some way to doing it so that you can take advantage of more of the buffs that appear in the in-game modes when they are leaning more in the direction of an archetype you don't have. You sort of want to at least be able to sort of a little bit take advantage of it. Otherwise you end up with a real ball buster of a week where you just have to indulge in restart molding in order to make any progress. Just never really very fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I pulled Face Xiao basically so that I've got, you know, a high tier follow up attacker that I can mesh with the other bits and pieces that I've got to at least have something to contribute to. There is a big target that I want killed and I want it killed now, and Firefly and Acheron are not really fit for the job. Like, when you've been using Acheron as your primary carry for as long as I have, you find more and more that there are lots of situations she's just not quite suitable for, either because she's too slow at pulling out her ult because the challenge is very ult centric, or the challenge is too break centric or whatever. And Firefly, while Firefly probably is my carry who has the highest damage ceiling, the setup required to take advantage of that damage ceiling just doesn't work in certain circumstances. There's too many conditions that need to be met. When it works really well. It works stupendously well. Like, she has got a stronger record of just one-shotting bosses than any other character that I've got, but you've got to set up to get there first. And the challenges are not always going to cooperate. So Fei Xiao is sort of the solution to that, not because she solves all those problems, but because she adds another solution to the deck of solutions, so that I'm not always trying to find, okay, so this challenge just doesn't fit Acheron, but I need to find some way to shoehorn Acheron into it in a way that's going to allow her to survive for long enough to do the job.
She also has the Acheron splash effect of her ult can break anything.
It can, but it does so very slowly. So if you've got a single target, like when you've got lots of targets, their toughness bar is not so long that's gonna be much of a problem. You can use it to muscle through multi-target battles relatively easily. The problem is in Apocalyptic Shadow, where you are often have a strong incentive to break one thing with a big toughness bar at a time. Suddenly Acheron starts to sag a bit there, and because you're racing a turn limit in a lot of those in-game modes, you simply can't afford the number of turns that it takes for her to colorlessly break things, because you can't like battery an Acheron. She just goes when she is ready based on the number of debuffs that you've been able to put out. So yeah, there are lots of whenever Acheron is a bad fit for a particular fight, the enemy becomes the clock. Because Acheron will do the job, but Acheron will often do the job very slowly unless the situation is in her favor. Like, there are situations where you would not normally consider Acheron as the optimal DPS for that fight, but it still works because other mechanics in that fight cause debuffs to go out one way or another, which will accelerate her ult. But if there is nothing supporting her ult, and you've just got to earn it the old-fashioned way, if she is not also favoured by some other aspect of the fight, she will often just be too slow to accomplish the challenge. So yeah, Fei Xiao's going to basically be my ringer for that situation where every single buff seems to be only designed to favor follow up or number of attacks. Because there's sort of like there are two loosely related formats of that. Well, three actually. There's three loosely related formats of team, which are ones like Sele teams where the individual characters accelerate themselves, ones like facial teams and ratio teams where it's triggered follow-ups, and ones like Yunli teams and Clara teams, which is based on baiting counters. But because there are three different archetypes that are all associated with that type of play, there's often a high chance that you're going to end up with a round of Pure Fiction or Memory of Chaos or Apocalyptic Shadow, which really heavily favors one of those because there's so many archetypes that use repeated attacks. Whereas Acheron is basically a sort of like a pseudo hypercarry format of sorts, and Break is a very rigid format that is very effective only in narrow circumstances. So I kind of needed to build an alternate approach.
Yeah, I have been very tempted to pull on the banner, but I'm stuck with a problem of if I go full follow up, I need Topaz.
Yeah, well, I suggested that you commit to something, and I think that at this stage, trying to scratch build follow up when you already have ratio, because there's nothing bad about ratio. Ratio is arguably quite handily power crept in a lot of contexts by Fei Xiao, but that doesn't mean ratio doesn't work. Like Fei Xiao is the reason why I was so keen on getting Fei Xiao is because I'm not intending to get Topaz, so I need the linchpin to be exceptionally powerful to make up for that, because I don't have the pulling resources to pull the whole follow-up team, the premium follow-up team, like fart, as they call it. And in that context, it makes more sense for me to get a ringer who can also be played as a hypercarry at need. Because I've got a good layout for hypercarry since, like most people, I've managed to get a couple of decent harmonies now. So I can run hypercarry as well as follow-up. But it's rather late in the cycle. We're at 2.5 now. Normally, Ho-Yo games go out to like 2.7, 2.8
Yeah,
before they do an incrementation. And when they do an increment, like with Natlan, they tend to shake things up quite a bit in terms of the way combat meta is approached.
yeah, it's
So going full retard and spending every single quartz you've got gambling on the idea that you might be able to put a late patch premium follow-up team together may or may not pay off for you.
yeah,
There's not really any good way of knowing how fast that is going to fall out of the meta once we hit 3.0.
yeah, and the other reason is because Topaz is absolutely necessary, and while her light cone is not 100% necessary for both follow up and Acheron, it is incredibly helpful and lets you bring Topaz as a sub DPS.
It is the most flexible, high powered follow up 5-star light cone in the game. And it's sort of like the best hummingbird based shooter for the 32x. But the it's unlike a lot of other light cones, signature light cones. It is very flexible to any follow up character. I don't know if I would say that I feel that it's really needed or anything like that. I'm really reluctant to say that about any light cone, any signature light cone. Most signature light cones are a luxury, especially harmony ones. Most harmony ones, the payoff is not really that great because it's the free to play harmony light cones are the ones where most of the energy regen is, and there are lots of builds which favor energy regen as opposed to just emphasizing their strengths at the expense of their weaknesses. But
Mm-hmm.
in the case of damage dealing archetypes, signature light cones tend to be very powerful. And for something like follow up attack, which is it's halfway between being niche and being general, because there's lots of follow up oriented characters, but it's niche enough that it will get a lot of item budget. her light cone tends to stand out as being quite a flexible solution. I would definitely not call it necessary. Like Topaz, the character, is far more necessary than Topaz's light cone is.
Yeah, it's
But
just simple fact of the matter is her light cone will not come back unless her banner is up. Her rerun is happening now, and I think it's her third rerun. I would think she's going on the shelf for a while after this.
yeah, nobody knows what they're doing exactly because the quad banner has sort of shaken up everybody's expectations.
I'm glad they did
Where
it
you
though,
have
because
Face Shower running against a triple. Most people are not happy about it because it seems like a cynical spoiler to people's saving plans. Like, oh, they have just smelt that we're getting towards the end of 2.0's patch cycles, and so they're trying to deplete all of our quartz before they release a ringer for the 3.0.
it's possible,
That's
and the
the
power creep is out of. It does seem to be even more out of control in Star Rail than in, barring New Valette, even in Genshin. They are
well. I think
accelerating awfully fast, which is
I
making
think that's just.
characters irrelevant.
I think there are two reasons for that. Number one, I think that due to being a JRPG with turn-based combat, the granularity of power is less fine than it is in Genshin. There's no player skill muddler to it. Secondly, they have just released way more characters per unit time than Genshin did.
Yeah,
Way more. It's not even close. They're trotting out 5 stars like they're going out of fashion, which is sort of why they're kind of slacking off on doing that as of the next patch. Like they announced that Rappa was going to be the only one for the next patch, which means that she's going to be sort of like more Genshin style running against a repeat in her second half or her first half, whichever one. I don't know whether they're putting her in the first half or the second half. They could change their mind still. They might decide to say, oh, actually what we meant is that we hadn't announced the second one rather than she was going to be the only one. But the all indications state that they're just going to run Rapper on her own. And I think that probably she will run with Silverwolf, would be my guess. The most speculation at this point is that Rappa originally comes from Punk Lord. It's just speculation at this stage. But if so, then it makes thematic sense for her to run against Silverwolf. Yeah, just put me in a cutscene staring at an Aranara while I'm drowning in the water. That's great. But yeah, so they are cognizant of that because they know obviously that there is a balance to be struck between dangling new shinies in front of people and making them feel like they actually have a chance to participate.
yeah.
So I feel like they're going to probably slow their roll for a while now and allow, like, probably between now and 3.0, they're going to slow things right down and let some sort of stabilization take place. The rumors, like, generally are favoring, other than Rapper, there's going to be Sunday, another Tingyun, and another Penacony character of some kind, is what most people are thinking, though the rarities of those are not very clear. And a lot of this is based on sort of oblique data mining and that kind of thing. That's, looking for implications embedded in things, and there's some leaks from closed beta and whatnot. Like, there are leaks from closed beta about Sunday's abilities, and there have been for a long time. The thing is, Sunday's leaked kit is actually very bizarre, and largely because it's like almost comically hypercarry focused. Like it's like ultra powerful supportive, but can only target one character, which is very strange because hypercarry sort of stopped being a thing after Seele, and then later Jingliu fell out of the meta.
Well, that could
And
be why they're doing it. Is the people have these characters and have built these characters, but they can't use them.
it could be that I mean, they have not given a second rerun to Seele, but if they did, nobody would pull her. Like, well, people who like her would pull her, of course. Everybody who waifus Seele is gonna pull her. But nobody's gonna pull her for gameplay reason because she's just a poorly supported archetype right now. Although I think it's probably also the case that people haven't been taking her seriously for a while, and if you can lean sort of in the fast often direction rather than the follow-up direction for repeated attacks. Like, I think that Robin and Seele actually probably work together really well. But they need something else to make hypercarry a thing. And having a specialist hypercarry support would probably do that. And it will be compatible with, it will also sell well because it'll be compatible with a lot of popular characters. Like, there are some characters like Firefly who you can't run as a hypercarry. You can't really run Acheron as a hypercarry unless you've got E2. But you could totally run Fei Xiao as a hypercarry. She doesn't need to be follow-up. You could to some extent you can run Ratio as a hypercarry. You can run Boot Hill as a hypercarry. Although he's strongly break favored, you could probably reconstruct it as hypercarry. So there's a good reason to introduce a sort of a hypercarry linchpin to the game, the same way that Robin is sort of like rate of attack linchpin, Runmei is sort of break linchpin, Sparkle is Imbibitor Lune and Qingshei's pet, essentially. But yeah, that's sort of the speculation on that. Most people speculate Tingyun's going to play into Break because Break is Rappa's kit looks like it's going to be Erudition Break, so basically a pure fiction set for. She's basically going to be the Break team's Jade, where Jade is like the follow-up team's Jade.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at getting Jade when she gets a rerun. Every time I've used her in the trials, she out really well for.
She's like Argenti though. She lives in pure fiction and is useless everywhere else. Like she is an absolute goddess for pure fiction. Nobody better other than possibly Argenti, depending on your build, because Argenti's really effective as well. But you can't find a use for her. You might be able to, maybe, corner case use for her in certain Memory of Chaoses, but there'll be no case to use her in Apocalyptic Shadow. But it looks like Rappa's going to be the same way. She's going to be an imaginary version of Jade, except designed for break teams rather than follow-up teams. Which I think is a reasonable route to go when you're looking at rounding out the current meta as you come to the end of the 2.0 series. But yeah, I think she's probably going to run alongside Silverwolf. There are lots of people waiting for the Silverwolf second rerun. Silverwolf was running when I started playing, and I didn't pull on her because I didn't have any Jade. But she's definitely a character that Hoyo like because they bring her back constantly.
Yeah,
to participate in the story.
Right up there with Kinkei and the Ghost Hunting Squad as being, the centerpiece.
Argenti.
Yeah, the recurring event shows up out of nowhere, say hey character.
Like that's something that I actually really appreciate about the way Star Rail is written for events, is that rather than just having Arataki Ito be the event Archon, they basically bring back people all the time.
They have like 5 Arataki Itos. There's no. But yeah, it's they do have their while everybody gets more of a shot than just your boy Ito in Genshin. It does seem like they still have their event favorites. Like Kinkei needs to show up all the time. Wowo needs to show up a lot. So do the other Ghost Hunting girls.
Wowo only shows up on the Shansho Love.
Yeah, Kinkei can somehow get to Pinnacle. Can somehow get to Pinnacle.
I don't know how she thinks she can afford a vacation on Pinnacle, but yeah. So she shows up everywhere she can, and if she's not present in person, she's definitely present in spirit and will call you on the phone. But Argenti is literally everywhere, all the time.
Expound on the values of beauty.
He wanted to be an idol, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that seems like something he'd do. I like how anytime there's a background event that happened for how a character got somewhere or how something got fixed, the go-to is just, oh, Argenti did it.
Yeah, I feel like Argenti is probably the closest thing to the Ito of Star Rail, because of the fact that he just seems to get sort of dragged into everything, usually willingly. And it's just he's just kind of eminently likable. Like, he's a bit of a twit, but in an endearing way, not in an annoying way.
I mean, he was expounding the virtues of beauty to a potted plant. You first meet him.
Everybody loves that scene. It's most people's most memorable Argenti scene. Is the I kind of want them to establish that it's canon that he can just create spotlights, because
Yeah.
it seems to be. Other people react to them, so it's not just a storytelling device. But other people in this scene will react when Argenti creates a spotlight over something that he's about to expound on the beauties of. But yeah, they've got a very endearing cast of characters. Argenti is one of those sort of sad cases of a character, much like Jade, who is restricted to use exclusively in pure fiction, like Herta and Himiko. I sometimes brute force use Himiko and other things, but especially if I know there's going to be a lot of breaking taking place. But poor Herta is pretty much stuck there. If you want to Kururin, then you're going to have to go to pure fiction for that.
Did you see the latest Kururin brain rot?
I don't watch all of the brain rot you send me. I need my brain to do work.
No, you don't. Need it to Kururin.
Yeah, all of the beginner guides to how to do pure fiction say things like, "Did you build Herta? If no, go build Herta." Because one of your team is going to involve Kururin in some way. Kuru. But yeah, so I pulled Fei Xiao. I'm working on building Fei Xiao. I've reached the point where I'm locked up on skill reagents, which you can purchase, but only using the pull residue currency, as far as I'm aware, which is too valuable to use on that most of the time. But yeah, so I've got too many characters on my plate. I think that Hoyo's aware of this because they're throttling back releasing them. I haven't decided if I will definitely pull for Lingsha because I want to pull for Lingsha. And, using her a little bit in the story gives me the impression that she's going to be reasonably solid as a support and will be able to flex between break and follow-up, which I kind of want to have follow-up on the back burner, and I use break as one of my main teams. So she seems like a good fit for what I'm attempting to accomplish. So yeah, and she will. Most people speculate based on the way she's structured that there will be a summon meta in the future.
Oh, because she has the little key thing.
Yeah, that there's likely to be some kind of support that benefits summon creatures particularly. So in light of that, she seems like she's going to be able to flex into a lot of archetypes going forward into the future. So I think she's probably going to be a safe pull, as well as a pull that I'm making purely because I like her. After that, don't know if I'll pull Rappa or not. Depends on how I feel about pure fiction at the time, because I do have Himiko still performing okay in pure fiction, but usually wants to be run alongside Herta for more Kurudu. But yeah, we'll see. I definitely want to hoard Jade for Tingyun, though, because the pacing of it just so strongly suggests that Tingyun's going to be the Harmony Trailblazer replacement, because they have to. The entire archetype falls apart without Harmony Trailblazer, but they need to change Harmony Trailblazer to another path when the story moves on. So they have to replace her. They've got no choice. So I think Tingyun's likely to be that character. Could still be Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be Sunday because Sunday looks like he's going for hyper carry. Another one of these shrooms. What is it doing? I can't see it. It just appeared briefly on the screen.
I see. Junk from me.
He wanted junk. But yeah, I'll leave discussion of the finer points of the content to your week, since you've basically done nothing but eat, sleep, live, and breathe Star Rail for the past week.
Every minute of free time, mono game Star Rail.
Yeah, I presume it's because you're intending to shelve it in favor of something else temporarily.
Well, I do intend to shelve it because running 3 Hoyo games at the same time is exhausting. number one.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm suffering. I'm suffering gravely, so I can totally see the logic. But I'm definitely putting less effort into ZZZ than the others, largely because I don't really feel secure about the future of ZZZ right now. Like they seem to have made a lot of errors, and I'm waiting to see how quickly they'll respond to those errors. But
I,
yeah, so as far as ZZZ is concerned, I'm in sort of pseudo maintenance mode for it, because the thing that I did not really grasp about ZZZ is that the sort of how do I explain? The pace feels really weird and janked because of no world exploration, no chests and stuff.
mm-hmm.
So I feel like I've never got enough materials. I don't have like this big cushion of drive discs like I would for relics or artifacts to just have something to slap on
Mm-hmm.
to my characters. That doesn't seem to be the case in ZZZ. I don't know if it suddenly starts being the case because there's some mode I haven't unlocked or something.
Not
But
unless you go out of your way and you do all the zillions of side missions.
well, the thing is, that's the other thing. Because there's no explanation, it seems like that no exploration. It seems like they're trying to force you to do zillions of side missions, which means you're sitting in front of the Bangbu TV forever,
A
and
bunch.
that does not appeal to me at all.
A bunch of them are combat centric, which is good and better, but and I
Well,
cannot
the thing is,
recall them adding a new Bang Boot TV exploration mission recently, other than the event.
well, the thing is that uh, the combat is just another way of getting back to time is everything, and that's just it really chafes because I don't have 5 stars to work with, so everything is just harder for me. Like in Genshin, if you don't have 5 stars, and I just didn't for the longest time, I had Klee who didn't really work with anybody, and I had Mona who's not exactly a damage powerhouse. So I was down to 4 stars, and I often ran pure 4-star teams all the time. And, it was very frustrating, especially after going up a world level when everything would just become ridiculously difficult for a while until I managed to finally crest a gear hump that made things comfortable. And then, once I was there, I could operate. It was fine. It was not great, but it was fine. But the thing is that I know that that's not going to happen in ZZZ because clear times are a thing. You just need that power. You don't have any choice. You've got to get that power somehow. Meaning you either need to have like supernaturally good drive discs or you've got to have 5 stars.
I have
And there's not
noticed with
really any getting around it as far as I can see.
I have noticed with a bunch of missions, especially ones that have popped up post launch and event. Instead of clear time, a huge chunk of them have just clear the mission, don't have anybody die, and have everybody above 30%.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the way that they go, then that's all right. The problem is that most of the core missions, like this is why I haven't finished the story content, is that most of the core missions have those 3 notches to achieve, right?
Yeah,
The 3, well, I don't know what the data thingies or whatever,
yeah, little yellow
and
dots.
at least 2 of those in most cases are to do with clear time.
Yeah, for the combat challenges.
But you need to do those to advance. You don't have any choice because you need a certain number of them to move forward.
Yeah. Some puzzle ones.
But
Bang
it's
Boot
not.
TV. Take
It's
forever.
not. It's not like Star Rail where you can borrow a friend's character if you don't have something that fits.
I don't know why
It's
they just don't let you call in a
not.
friend's help
It's not
for
like
missions. And
Genshin where you can have somebody help you. Like they've just made everything about the game harder than it would be in any other context.
if
And it's not. It's not. You simply cannot outplay an opponent to get them to die faster. Like skill will usually the 90% of your application of skill will go to dodging, generally speaking,
a lot of
and that's
dodging.
fine. That will prevent you from dying. However, that will do nothing to improve your clear time.
Well,
You can have an infinite amount of skill and it won't improve your clear time if you don't have the right characters.
the shoe right now that we're running into. How many perfect dodge counters can you get off? Be all that matters.
It doesn't matter. It won't have any effect as you As
Well,
you get higher, the only thing that matters is your raw stats.
what I'm saying is, if you've got the
Dodge counters don't even matter
what I'm
unless you've got a dodge counter based character like Jane Doe.
what I'm saying is, once you get your gear able to put out the damage, the entirety of the quote unquote skilled gameplay loop is just how many dodge counters can you get off, or just how many perfect dodges can you get off, and do whatever's appropriate afterwards. Because optimizing rotations is all good in that, but just being able to stay time on target is infinitely more important when it comes to clear times. Once you get your gear up, and
Well,
so
that's the
it's
thing,
just
though. If I'm not even at that stage, and I'm not going to get to that stage because to be at that stage requires you to have heaps of 5-star characters, from what I can tell. Because while there are people who are clearing the current content with 4 stars, unless the power level of 4 stars skyrockets, it's not going to stay that way because it's marginal currently that people are able to play the game with 4 stars because the clear times come calling. So yes, there are people who are, you know, they're clearing the hardest difficulty stuff with Anton, but it's not. Oh well, they're clearing the hardest difficulty stuff with 4 stars. It's wow, they're clearing the hardest difficulty stuff with 4 stars. There's a big difference between those two things.
I don't relish trying to do current boss from big finale without Kingi's bonus damage taken while stunned.
So the thing is, basically, you have in essence where this ends up without a change in trajectory is you have taken your arguably most skill based game and made it the most luck based game in your catalog. Because the only thing that will matter is whether or not you can pull enough 5 stars. Once you've got to a critical number of 5 stars, well, then it's just a matter of staying ahead of the power creep curve. But if you can't get there, like because you're like me and can't pull a 5 star to save your life, you're just screwed. Everything is just going to be ridiculously difficult and frustrating. Because even if you have perfect time on target, you perfect dodge every single thing, sometimes you're just not going to make the S threshold because your damage is too damn low. So you end up going back to clearing stage after stage after stage after stage, hoping for lucky drive discs. Like this is not something that happened in Genshin. In Genshin, you've just got to clear the can you do it or can you not threshold, unless you're doing Spiral Abyss. But like the conditions of Spiral Abyss don't apply to literally everything in Genshin the way clear times apply to virtually everything in ZZZ.
Well, if you went by what the community says, the only thing that matters is Spiral Abyss. Very recently, when they released that other game mode that
I haven't tried it either. But well, the thing is that Genshin has a lot of other stuff to do, right? You can wander around the world and do whatever. Like I've got an absolutely retarded amount of wandering around the world banked up, but I can't do that in ZZZ.
or Bang Boo's, you can go help Officer Mew Mew.
But I hate Officer Mew Mew.
Everybody loves Officer Mew Mew. By
I'm
loves,
pretty
I
sure
mean
nobody loves Officer Mew.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
I've never seen
I'm,
a.
I'm pretty sure it's canonical that he's an outcast in his own department.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, Officer Mew, why are you in the video? What hole is more familiar than the other hole?
But yeah, so I mean, I, I'm in this awkward position where I really like the core action gameplay of ZZZ because it feels like action gameplay that is simple enough to actually be within my reach. If I spend enough time playing it, I might actually be able to play it semi-competently. Except that, unlike other action games, it's being dramatically held back by stats.
Yeah, there's a knock-on problem you haven't encountered yet, and won't for several world levels, until you can get your characters to max level, and that is just the raw amount of skills you need to upgrade a single character.
I'm already there. I'm already there. Like I've got enough to do maybe the next upgrade on one character.
Yeah, because for the last 2 weeks, all I've done is sit in front of the HIA department and go run to town to go talk to the dog and get my coffee.
There's I don't I don't see why they think this is a good idea, because this is another one of those things that was always sort of like gently buffered a little bit by world exploration.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they forgot there's no world exploration there to give you a little bit of upgrade stuff. But I, at the same time, I think it's intentional because they just don't have that many characters. The roster, it keeps coming back to me for the roster is just too damn small.
I keep every time I think about that, I think to myself, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the roster is actually the same size as normal, and it's just my perspective is distorted because I'm playing more mature games, which have bigger rosters. But then I come back and think about, yeah, but how many do I actually have, and how many could I feasibly have? And there's just not that many. Like, there aren't that many, and it's not expanding very quickly. I don't think it would be a good thing for them to dramatically expand the number of 5 stars really fast, but you kind of need to have a 4 star in the game for every role, you know?
Yeah, and like right now, your options for ether damage, ether damage type, period, in, not ether the damage roll, ether damage type are Nicole and Zoo. That's
One
it.
of those are likely not going to be seen again for another 6 months.
Yeah. So if you did not want to pull on the Zoo banner because you either had a DPS you like better, let's say you pulled Ellen Joe or something, or you were still new at the time and didn't have the dodge to pull for her, you're stuck with Nicole.
I mean, I like Nicole and all, but she doesn't exactly bring the deeps.
No, if you stick the Corruptaboo with her or whatever it's called, we call it the Corruptaboo. You can apply the debuff on ethereals like you need to, but it's not going to work out as well for you if you could also, have a character that can do ether damage. Because the right now the biggest advantage I have over other people is the fact that I've got Zoo on my team as an option for if there's any ethereal anything. Because I'm going to cut the clear time down significantly because my ether application and damage are going to be coming from Zoo. So if it's ethereal, it's going to be weak to it, so it's going to be taking more damage, and it's going to get ether applied to it fast. And I don't
Yeah,
need to run Nicole in my support slot because of
I've been getting a sort of a bit of a bit of a Diluc vibe off of Zhu. Like, she's just a big pile of damage stat that provides something that nobody else is able to in a
yeah.
sort of restricted game state. And so it ends up feeling like she's necessary for lots of things because she provides this critical thing to like the most prominent lore-wise class of enemy in the game that you just can't get it from some other source.
Yeah,
You're stuck with her, and she doesn't really do much other than output damage.
yeah. The thing that makes Zoo different and slightly more egregious, I think, is
It's
just
limited.
well, there's that, but also the roster again, yet again, because there were maybe fire would have been optimal for a situation in Genshin. Maybe Diluc's big numbers were the biggest, but there were plenty of characters that hit thing as hard as they can. You could find somebody to fill that niche, but in
Yeah, because it was not so. There was not quite the same degree of reliance on having particular elements outside of exploratory. So all of the weighting of element specificity in Genshin basically existed within the exploratory context, which, as we keep saying, is not actually a context in ZZZ.
yeah,
There
so
is no exploratory context.
yeah, so when you're stuck up against ethereals in ZZZ, it is going to make your life so much more easier to have an ether damage dealer that it's not even funny. And there just isn't there. It's not that there isn't a free to play option. There isn't an option other than Zoo.
That should have been a really, really high priority. Like, oops, oh crap, I dived. That should have been a really, really high priority after Zhuan came out because it just became really conspicuous at that point. Like, her release particularly made it conspicuous how many holes there are in the roster.
Yeah, I'm real glad I pulled for her because she's let me keep going at end game with lower artifact or disk drive gear levels than I normally could. Because guess what the most common enemy type is? Ethereals.
Yeah, no, I'm basically still stuck with just 3 characters because number one, 3 characters is all I can afford. The amount of material upkeep to keep 3 characters working is insane.
Oh, I'm trying to do 4
And
right now, and I have not left the HIA club for 2 weeks. Okay, I'm just gonna teleport
and
out of this cave because I keep going in circles.
I'm stuck in the tree trunk underneath the big lamp. I don't even
Huh.
know what these things are. But
The outskirts of the Arnards.
it seems really conspicuous to have a key role of a key element, except only a limited gacha character can actually be involved in that because, fundamentally Nicole is a support. She's not supposed to be doing damage. Like, you're not really supposed to lean on her for that. Like, Shred, sure. Damage, not so much.
Like you can
Like,
trigger the corrupted on her, but there's nobody really to play off the corrupted.
eventually,
Yeah,
if you build her as though she's an anomaly character, which she's not,
yeah, with the Corruptable.
There's just it's very strange. So to move on a little bit from there, the stuff that has come out since just continues to erode my faith in it because Caesar's out on the creator server now. So the creator server is the server that they run a version ahead on for content creators that they periodically open just before a patch so that the content creators can do their research and their guides and stuff. And Caesar's out on that. But from all anybody can tell, Caesar doesn't have a gimmick. She's just a jack of all trades. She does a little bit of anomaly. She does shielding as her characteristic thing because she's a tank. She does a little bit of damage. She does a little bit of support. Apparently, her support is actually really good. The buff is really good, and it's quite easy to trigger. But ultimately, she's not a specialist at any particular thing, and so she just ends up being like the most premium slot filler in the world.
I mean,
And she's physical, so it doesn't actually help the game in any way because the game is already loaded down with physical characters.
yeah, like there's a niche for a generalist that they can fill. It's usually part of your launch roster, or something you do after you've got all the holes filled. It's not something you drop this early when there are glaring holes elsewhere in your roster.
Yeah, so she is basically the ultimate in failure to plug critical holes. By contrast, Bernice is a bit more interesting. Bernice looks like she's going to be like the first premium off-field anomaly applicator. Like it sounds from what people have been saying about the creator server that she can keep applying burn anomaly after she's left the field
I see.
to allow her to work alongside anomaly applicators like Jane Doe, who wants to spend a lot of time on field, and Grace, who some people spend a lot of time on field, like people like me who don't have anybody else because I don't have any GPS units. I've just got Grace.
Yeah, I still use Grace as my go-to tertiary character on the game, but usually I'm only flipping onto her to offload her EX bar.
Well, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do with her, but I don't have anybody to switch to, so Grace it is. Which is sort of the problem. Everything is about clear times, but you've got no way of accessing any decent solution because you can't frame that solution within a context. So this like it seems that the majority of the time that I've seen, the ether weakness is paired with ice, which basically means Ellen Joe.
I mean, you could
Who's the free to play ice DPS?
there isn't one.
Yeah, there isn't.
I mean, if you wanted to go permanent but not free to play, you could get the furry. He'd
But the
fill the
furry
ice
doesn't do much
requirement.
damage.
No, but he could trigger the
He's
he
the
could,
best stunner in the game, but the only thing he can do is eventually trigger Cryo Anomaly. Like, even Sokaku triggers Cryo Anomaly faster than him.
yeah, but together get that cryo moderately quick, but without Joe there to apply it during the damage step.
Yeah, and then you've got one slot left to do any damage whatsoever.
Your
Except
boy.
there's no... Yeah, boy?
No, no, no. Your boy won't work. I was gonna say your boy Anton can try, but he's not. He doesn't benefit at all from either of those.
Nope.
You go with your
Sokaku
girl.
improved ice weakness.
Your girl Corin can come in. She gets benefits from being another housekeeping character.
That's true. That's about it, though. So you're basically stuck in the housekeeping meta at that point.
I mean, I'm
So yeah,
stretching. There just ain't much to work with when it comes to the roster in that game. It's its biggest hole.
that is the core problem. Like the year 2 free-to-play damage dealers that they gave everybody are Billy and Corin, who overlap in the worst possible way, to the point where it would be madness to put them both in the same team.
Yeah, so they're
It's wrong. They did it wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. They've done it wrong.
yeah, they're gonna have to do some recalibrating. I mean, Genshin has successfully recalibrated with Natlan and seems to be continuing to make changes based on a whole lot of their old bad decisions. But oh, Navia.
Yeah, I don't remember having any of these problems with Star Rail, which is sort of like means that they can think this thing through, because they gave the starting characters are not great, but they did give you everything you need. You have March, who is going to serve more than adequately as a preservation character. Goodness knows I used her for ages without any major problems. She only started to present problems by the time I got to Penacony.
Well, Penacony represents a pretty big jump overall, even.
Yeah, there's quite a difficulty spike involved there. They give you Don Hung if you aren't playing in English. If you are playing in English, then they didn't give you anybody. And he is not by any means a great hunt character, but if you want a hunt character, he's serviceable. They give you Serval for free, who's definitely a very serviceable erudition character. They give you Natasha for free, who is, she's the most mundane of the healers, but she can heal. You've got somebody to do that job if you want to go for abundance support.
As a teddy bear.
They give you these days, they give you Shuyi, who is probably the most powerful, most effective long-term 4-star damage dealer character. Like you've just got all of these options. If you started early enough, they gave you freaking ratio.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody going to complain about that.
Well, to get Zhuyi, you have to like clear 2 levels of apocalyptic fiction, which ain't gonna happen until late Penacony. And because
you can forcibly unlock it, I think.
Can you? But can you do it when its minimum level is 60?
I'm not sure. Because I was already maxed out. The first 2 difficulty levels are really easy.
Yeah, they were 60 and 70, and the 71 almost killed me.
Maybe my perspective on easy is a bit iffy.
Yeah, I had to do multiple retries on the level 71, and I had access to level 80 characters.
Well, I sort of walked over the first 2, so I only actually had to play by the 3rd one. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe my perspective is just too old for that. But yeah, it's still like Shuyi Yi is free, and they've had character selectors multiple times. Even since I've been playing, I've gotten like 2 character selectors since I've been playing, and that's only been less than 12 months. And there've been 2 additional character selectors since I started, and it's on top of all the other free characters they give you.
The big one was they gave us ratio. I think for those of us that were logging on at the time.
I wouldn't expect that to happen very often, because that's basically a banner that they murdered their own banner in plain view of everybody in order to cultivate free will, and I feel like it won them a lot of brownie points. A lot of people liked that. A lot of people appreciated that. A lot of people leaned on ratio for a long time and still are in some quarters as a major DPS contributor for them, because there are so many bosses in the game that are weak to imaginary. But it's ZZZ has not done any such thing. ZZZ gives you the cunning hairs and Corrin. and the Cunning Hares have a support, a stun, a good stun. I mean, Anby's good. She's not going to scale into in-game because she's got split scaling, but she's more than serviceable. Billy, who's like the worst DPS in the game, probably,
Why?
because he's directly power crept by Corrin, who is the other DPS they give you for free.
I do not know how Billy made it out of testing the way he is, especially when their end goal was clear time. Because half of Billy's budget for his crap seems to go into his mobility that he doesn't need.
Yeah, it's like, how many situations are there where it's technically advantageous for you to sit at the opposite end of the arena holding down the attack button for chip damage for an extended period of time?
This is not going to help anybody, Billy. I know you're trying your best, but I don't think you're doing the Starlight Knights justice there, buddy.
I mean, he's a lovable character. Lots of people are keen on him, and lots of people build him and play him just because they like him. Which is, I mean, that's what you want with a character design. But as an entry to the roster, he's not great. There's basically anybody else would be more useful.
Yeah, given the option, a second stunner on the team would be a better option.
Realistically, I think that there should have been someone from every role, or every element, or both. Like, because I mean, Genshin was very careful about that, right? To make sure that you had access to somebody who could do everything that was necessary in the overworld.
Yeah, they give you your ambers so you can like your portable Bic. Then they give you Barbara, who is still regularly on my team, never leaves. I'll have Barbara on my team until this game finally ends service.
They give you Noelle. They give you all of the options you need in Traveler. They give you
Kale for free when you get to Sumeru.
Yeah, was Chongyun free? I don't know that. Oh no, they give you Kaya for free. That's the one. He's the ice one.
Yeah.
They give you Lisa for free, so you've got your lightning. Fischl was also free early on. If you need, second lightning.
No, you need Oz, and you often do need Oz.
Yeah, and so they start you with everything you need to explore because you're a Nemo traveler, so you've got all of your free characters for every element. ZZZ expects you to have access to this type of thing, but because it's not like hard expectation like in a puzzle, they just don't seem to think it's that important.
I really think they're gonna run into a couple issues, primarily the Bang Boo TV and the limited roster access character, or just the limited roster in general. Forget even if you pay premiums with stuff, there are still just holes that'll come up where you'll be like, there's literally no character in the game that would fill this niche for something I could try to put together here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bewildered at the sort of the weightings that they've given to things. Like they don't make a lot of like long-term sense. I almost wonder if they're like thinking too long-term. Like in their roadmap to release, it looks like they've got a full roster because they can see everybody that's coming out, but nobody else can. But like, I mean, if you look at what we've got in the game, there's what, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 S ranks and 10 A ranks in the game right now. Among the S ranks, 3 of them are shock. Which means that, like, a third of the roster, the S rank roster, is shock.
I have all the shock S ranks.
The thing is that 1, 2, 3, a third of the A rank is also shock, which means 6 out of 20 characters are shock. And okay, if you look at physical, 5 of the remaining 20 characters are shock. So 11 of the characters in the game are either shock or physical, and you've got your ice and your fire and your ether left over to share out the remaining less than half of the roster, and then you proceed to burn. You've got a fire tank and a fire support at A rank, so you've got no fire damage, and you've got a fire at S rank. You've got a fire stunner and a fire damage in Soldier 11. So they've got essentially 3 supporting roles available and 1 damage dealer who's on the gacha at S rank. So no fire damage is basically out for most people. You look at Ether, we've already discussed this. They've got 1 limited S rank and they've got 1 A rank support. So yeah,
They have
that's
a
basically
Nicole.
screwed.
We don't need numbers. They have a Nicole. That's it.
And then for Ice, again, just like Ether, if you're stuck at A rank like me, Sokaku's all you've got. You've just got a support. That's your only source of ice damage. Nothing else.
Yeah, and
So fire and ether and ice. If you're stuck at A rank, the only thing you have is supports. You've got no damage output. End of story.
for Isis,
Physical and shock are overblessed, but fire and ether and ice are completely knackered.
for Ice especially, it seems like it is incredibly important to be applying that during the damage step of any combat phase to get the procs, and it just doesn't ever seem to build up fast enough unless you're applying it during the damage step. If none of your there are no Ice anomaly characters, it just
I mean, maybe you could build one of them for anomaly, but they would still be ineffective at it.
yeah.
So if you look at the pattern of what they've released recently, I mean, they've released a S rank ice character. So okay, the only ice damage output that you've got is a premium limited. They've done the same thing with damage for ether, and they've for some reason felt like, oh well, we should add another on-field DPS in the form of Jane Doe to physical when physical already had Nekomata to deal damage on field.
And don't
So,
forget,
okay.
we got a power creep Ambi.
Yeah, power creep directly. Ambi gets directly power creep by Chingy. Not that Ambi is bad, but she ain't a patch on Chingy. Not really. All of these selections of where to advance first seem illogical. Like they should have been focused on building out. Like why did they release? Why would they release like more support for Shock in the form of Seth as the first new 4-star? He was the first new one, right? I don't know if the other ones are new. There's any other new ones.
Yeah, I think he's the first new 4-star we've gotten.
Like that was totally unnecessary. There's already a Shock support in the game. It's Rena, so she's at S rank, but technically speaking, people have access to her in some respect. Like they could pick her from the selector. I might pick her from the selector simply because I like her character. But
I used her for quite a while until I settled on Graceville in that slot.
But yeah, it's like, why are you continuing to flesh out Shock so that Shock now has 6 characters in a 20-man lineup? You can't field 6 at once, you know that, right?
I mean, I guess you could run 6 Shock characters in the simulated universe.
Yeah, but you're never going to need to cover 2 Shock teams.
No,
That's not a thing as far as anybody's aware.
I'm trying to help them here, but there just ain't anything to really fish out when it comes to roster size. And while it wouldn't fix all their problems, there are other issues. See Bang Boom TV, in the game. Everything goes back to the roster. Whenever I think about the problems the game has, it just and if you're going to build your action game like this, you needed a more fleshed out roster. And I don't really know where they're going with it in the future, but we're kind of stuck in a weird spot with ZZZ anyway, because if you want to build your characters for max level, you're going to be spending weeks in the HIA club before you can even try it, unless you're burning Primo Gems.
I think your statue of 7 has nothing left in it. I need to bring a healer.
Have any guess? Remember how to check if it's got gas. I should probably go check on your mushroom progress. Did manage to find some mushroom.
I didn't get very many though. It seems to be dropping like old hilts for me.
I seem to be getting more shrooms than I got before, but
I didn't really get very many. I've gone up from 9 to 44 of the green one. which ain't nothing, but it's also not very much for green ones.
Well, it only goes up to. Well, we got a bunch
Uh,
of 2 white ones. So
but
yeah,
yeah, so I'm very ambivalent about the future of ZZZ because those strategic decisions about what characters to bring out seem to be very. I don't know. Maybe they just want people to be more desperate before they bring out the next ones. I don't know. That seems really cynical. But I don't really feel like I've got options at this point. Like it's sort of the only thing I could really do would to be to build a physical team, I guess. But even that, I can't really do. Like, where am I going to get my other stunner?
yeah,
Because you basically, well, I mean, I could do without it if I run like Piper, Grace, and support as one team, and then an Orthodox NB plus DPS as another one. But that just means that I'm going to be splitting my forces quite a bit. But yeah, it's just sort of hard to construct teams at present because the roster's too small. And if you're functionally stuck at free to play and can't pull worth a damn, you're going to be like me who just has a starter 5-star and nothing else. And what are you supposed to do? You can't build a coherent team because the free character roster is just too small. You haven't been able to build up anything. It's very. I know that it's just early days gacha, but it seems like a very. I guess it's just there's a lot more work required to prepare and tune a character in an action game, and maybe they just did not anticipate the amount of overhead.
that and it wouldn't be so much of a big deal if investing in characters didn't set you back by days for just a few skill levels because of how many of the dang how much resources everything requires. So you really want to have an idea of what kind of teams you want to run, be building towards, so you don't waste any resources. Because as soon as you're able to farm the level 50 nodes, that's as good as it gets for the majority of the resources that you get, and you're just going to be stuck with whatever you have upgraded because unless you feel like burning primo gems or the equivalent, you just can't keep going indefinitely to keep trying to
I
max
guess
them out.
I'd sort of envisioned that it was going that having completely built premium characters was going to be more about a comfort thing. Is like, oh well, you've got more freedom to do jank teams and experimental teams because you've got more stats behind you. You've got you can have an easier ride through some of the content and so on and so forth. Like that's what I thought it was going to be. I didn't realize it was going to be actually you can't participate in the game without these high level characters because the difference is too big.
Yeah, we're not. We're
Which is
not.
really not where you want to be in a gacha game. If everybody's restricted to a tiny roster that can't build competent teams because it's too small, there's nothing available that can allow you to construct decent teams. Well, it's just going to get frustrating for everybody. And this ultimately like the purpose of comfort teams in Genshin, for instance, is in one of two directions. Either high damage gives you comfort because your clear time is faster, you can do your farming faster, you can clear Spiral Abyss with better times, etc., etc. Or defensive the defensive angle, which is oh well, you don't have to worry about dying. You can play in a more relaxed fashion because you've built more heavily into defensive archetypes. In ZZZ, where everything is about speed, the only thing that matters is getting the damage numbers higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Nothing else matters at this stage.
Yeah, not.
So
I don't.
giving everybody a tiny roster, which doesn't give them the latitude to do that, just means that you've got first class citizens and second class citizens, those who can participate in the game fully, and those who can't or would basically need to be incredibly lucky when it comes to pulling drive discs and godlike in skill to be able to pull everything off with perfect play.
That's not even
So
getting into the drive disc grind. The grind I've been talking about is not doesn't even include the relic grind, which is there on top of the other ridiculous grind. Which while that grind technically has an end, it takes so dang long that my biggest problem was pulling more characters in ZZZ at this point is going to be Oh, that's weeks of work.
Yeah, and unlike Genshin has 5 slots, and Star Rail has 4 slots and 2 slots, which come from 2 different locations. And in the case of the 2 slots, you can do it without expending any Trailblaze energy. So the farm in both cases is more gentle than ZZZ, which just stacks 6 drive discs all into the same
and
farming
and there
stage.
is no wiggle at all in that you have to have a 4 of 2 on. You have to have 4 of 1 set and 2 of another.
Yeah, they've got this. They've got this sort of an aesthetic of sort of fluidity, very reasonably like well designed action gameplay and controls and whatnot. But then they've embedded everything in this sort of very rigid and clumsy sort of framing device that forces everything to conform exactly to pretty much impossible standards. It's it's a game that seems like it would work really well if you had infinite money to spend, and for everybody else, you're just getting a reduced experience. It's not like in. I don't really feel like I'm losing a lot of the core experience in Star Rail if I don't have a particular character, but I do feel that way in ZZZ. I feel like I'm always pushing a rock uphill. And it's very like the part of the reason I've been so unenthusiastic about playing it is it's very reminiscent of those sort of the late end of the time that I spent when I was first playing Genshin and the beginning of my time returning to it, where everything was just a slog because I just didn't have the raw power to overcome things.
Yeah.
That's what ZZZ feels like all the time. Like I simply can't kill the bosses that are at my own level. I can't do it. I get worn down by attrition before they die because my damage is too low.
Yeah, it was comical how much adding an ether DPS to my team made the boss fight go faster.
Yeah, well, I can use on him as shock because shock is all I've got, and I certainly can't about face and build up another character because the amount of resources required is too high.
Yeah, you'll. And I have not done very many of the side missions at all after chapter 1, but I guess the game just expects you to do all those to get your buffer. But there are a lot of those side missions, and a bunch of them involve the
That's
Bangaboo TV.
that's a truly colossal amount of real world time. That's like clear a continent of chests required amount of time because of the amount of time you spend staring at the Bangbu navigation screen.
If it was all combat missions, yeah, I could grind that out in a couple weekends. But it's
It's not.
it's not.
And you can do that. You can do that. I can't do that because I'm working with 4 stars. So it's going to be 2 out of 3 every single one. So I'm just going to have to do it all again anyway.
Well, the thinking would be that if they were all combat missions and you just had to sit down and punch them, and they didn't take as much time to do, and they didn't involve the stupid Bang Boom TV mechanic at all, you could get the junk from them to help increment your characters faster, so that you could start clearing them better,
Yeah,
and
but
work your
what we're
time up.
talking about though is that time invested is an issue, right? If you are more casual at the game, you're going to spend less time playing the game. If you spend less time playing at the game, it's probably because you've got less time available. So, if you look at the time preference of how you should invest your time, investing it that way is a poor idea because your problem is your characters are not strong enough to get S rank clears. Meaning that if you engage with it at a low power level like that, you're going to have to do every stage at a minimum of twice. Because the first time will be an A rank, and then once you've done enough A ranks, you'll have more power, then you can upgrade your characters. And theoretically, let's say in a magical world where things actually work out, which we don't live in, then you can get an S rank. But you don't have the time to do that. If you had the time to do that, you would probably be more invested in the game and more likely to have better drive discs and more S ranks to begin with.
Well,
So
that's what I'm saying. Is
solving the
in the
problem by smashing your face against it is only a suitable solution for people who don't need to smash their face against it.
what I'm saying right now is that hypothetical of more combat missions and not having to deal with the Bangbu TV is still better than what we have, because while it would suck to have to do some of those missions twice and that would take some time, just doing the Bang Boo mission once takes infinitely more time than having to run any combat mission twice.
Because that fairy got a yap.
I mean, you could turn that speed up button on. I like the main story in ZZ, but I have skimmed more side quests in that game than I have in either Genshin or Star Rail.
I don't
And
think I've skimmed any quests in Star Rail. Like, I like all of the side quests in Star Rail.
there are some ones on Earth Space Station, especially, and in the Lofu, where I just started to roll my eyes at them, read them. Uh,
But I like the Unshackled.
did like the Unshackled. I like the mineral water one hangs out in RMLE after everything's said and done. He gets a real job.
Where he still gets to unshackle things.
He does. But yeah, ZZ's got shoes. And it comes down to the Bang Boo TV and the roster, I think.
I very much want to like it, and I keep playing it, but it keeps reminding me of just how sort of clunky the design is, how much it gets in its own way and trips over its own feet all the time.
Yeah.
And a lot of these things seem like they are logical extrapolations that they should have encountered from the process of having created Genshin and Star Rail.
But at the same time, we've also seen that these dev teams and their philosophies, when it comes to providing content to the players, seem to be completely isolated from each other until one of them starts.
Getting made fun of by the player base.
Yeah, because they have a direct comparison point. Because it feels like the Star Rail team was made by totally different of what they're willing to give to the players. Yeah, I think these issues compound with each other. I think they realized that they didn't have a whole lot of just goof around content to easily drag people through, so they included a bunch of the Bang Boo TV stuff. I think the small roster led to them making it take so long to level up any given character, and they just are kind of stuck with it now. And they may have a big grand plan they're working to, but all that's going to start falling apart if people start dropping the game.
Yeah, I think I wonder if it's going to get to that for them. And like Genshin never had to face that, which is why they carried on their bad practices for so long, because COVID saved them. Well, COVID also gave us Inazuma, but it saved them commercially. Star Rail sort of seems to have set out with a generous philosophy to begin with. That seems to have been their intention going in. ZZZ don't really seem to know what they're doing. They're just sort of trying things. And they seem to have like a very eclectic mismatch of approaches as well. If you look at say the combat event, the VR combat event thing, it's like, well, what are your clear conditions? Do this particular action this many times, have more than 30% hit points, clear the stage type of thing. Okay, that's relatively simple.
Here are the characters to do it with, and oh, by the way, the master stages are just 3 stages of pick the objective you want.
Yeah, so they haven't tried to abusively shoehorn you into doing some particular impossible thing for your roster or anything like that. But the actual normal progress, on the other hand, you kill this giant meat sack of hit points in 4 minutes using your underbuilt 4-star characters that are all you've got, because we give you so few resources to build them up.
Yeah, like...
Are you kidding? Why are you doing this to me? I want to enjoy the game, but you're gating all of the easy events behind impossibly difficult ones?
Yeah, and you don't... Because there's 0 player help at all. Like, it'd be... If I could loan you my zoo to go kill the dead-end butcher a few times, that might make things a bit smoother. Or if I could just come in your game and shoot it.
And what is the drawback to that? Like, it hasn't had any negative effects on Genshin. It hasn't had any negative effects on Star Rail.
Oh, I abused your...
But the synchronous or asynchronous methods both work, and they do the job.
Yeah, you owe your Firefly an extra paycheck. I'm putting a whole lot of work for her. Or with her, rather.
Yeah, it just seems like it seems like kind of nonsense, sort of in the same vein as like the the way they told undercover R&B is so much more engaging than staring at the sodding Bangbu TV for the billionth time. Even though it was very, very simple and there very much nothing there. Like you could call it exploratory gameplay, but there wasn't really anything to find. But just the nature of the thing being more connected to what the characters were actually doing
The fact we
made a
got to
huge difference.
seeing the actual character models on screen instead of an icon on a Bangbo TV.
Because the Bangbu TV is like a direct disruption of suspension of disbelief. It pulls you right out of the events that are taking place and forces you to do some abstract puzzle solving of some kind.
It
Complete
video
abstraction.
gamifies it. Very video gamifies the thing. It makes you very aware that you're playing a video game. You can't really immerse yourself in the silliness and shenanigans of the world going on when you're staring at the Bangbo TV.
Like that, so they've got all of these things running in parallel, these competing approaches. I really hope that they take the right lessons because they don't really have very long to learn. Most games don't. They've got to pick up, except for like Genshin was able, like I said, to carry on bad practices for an extended period of time because so many normies got hooked onto it during lockdowns that they had a secure revenue stream. But in the case of ZZZ, the only thing that's working in their advantage is the paucity of action games on the market. And that's not a situation that's going to stay the same way forever.
They have had a rather crazy marketing campaign for it, but it's surely that's going to peter off eventually.
I mean, their marketing people are super good at what they do, that's for sure. But there still has to be a core game at the center of it in order to keep things working. And they have done adventurous things in places, but they haven't overcome the like I haven't touched the Golden Week event yet, and that's simply because doing stuff always seems to be so much work in ZZZ. Because I'm always afraid that I'll click on this thing, but they might just send me to do Bangbu TV.
Oh, the Golden Week is
And
all Bangbo TV.
is it?
There's practically no combat in it. It is all Bangbo TV all the time.
See, this is why I haven't started it because I was like, am I going to lose an entire afternoon to the Bangbu TV? Because while I might not think about it at the time, I always regret it afterwards. Because I could have been playing, I could have been working out new teams for my Star Rail team or exploring the new zone and Genshin, but instead I was looking at the Bangbu TV, which is the same always. Like that's the big problem with the Bangbu TV, right? You can't do a new zone of Bangbu TV. That's not a thing.
Yeah. I'm killing
Yeah,
the homeless tree
I'm deep.
population.
There are homeless people everywhere in Tevat. But yeah, I'm while I'm frustrated with it, I'm not ready to give up on it yet. But I have not been as engaged as I am with the other games. Like there are things that I don't bother with in Genshin, and it's largely because they're too hard for me to do in a timely fashion due to my limited amount of time. Like I did not attempt to clear the high difficulty, the gold level clear on the anniversary event. I didn't attempt it after the first couple tries. It's like I might be able to get here in the end because I'm not terribly far away from the line, but I'm far enough away that I would have to mold over this, like the storyteller event in Star Rail, in order to actually get there, and it's just not worth the time investment. Even simple events in ZZZ are like that though, because the amount of time investment for the unrewarding activity of staring at the Bangbu TV, it's just ugh. Like at least like the VR combat one was simple, so I was able to I can get in there and I can do this. And in fact, it gives me an opportunity to focus on building my dodging skills because dodging is rewarded. And so I'm going to be looking for opportunities to refine my ability to dodge accurately and re-engage with a dodge counter. So it's actually a useful skill building exercise. It makes me better at the game as I play. What a useful thing to have in an action game. Events which encourage you to be better at the game. Or, instead of that, Bang Boo TV.
Love the.
Anyway, can we take a break? My bladder can't take much more of it.
Yep, that's all we got for Bang Boo TV. We'll come back. We'll wrap up Balls Week, and we'll talk about, I guess, the past 2.5 months of what I've been doing with most of my free time, and I've really been going at the last 2 or 3. So we'll see you in just a bit. Where's the break screen? I've lost the break screen. There we go. We'll be back. We are water now.
I saw a lengthy discussion about how those are not maracas on Twitter. A lot of people were getting very, very heated about how they're not technically maracas because apparently that Hawaiians have something that is virtually identical to maracas but are not maracas.
Yeah, no, they're maracas.
They've got some fruity name,
I'm sure they do.
presumably in Hawaiian, but I don't know. I don't really care. But they seem to think that this was like the most important thing to be discussing.
Yeah. You used to say it to me a lot. I'll reiterate what you once said to me many times. Twitter is not the real world. In fact, it is so divorced from the real world that it's comical.
I'm sort of a bit curious as to how people can spend so much time on there. Like I'm 150% sure I spend way too much time on Twitter because I spend any time at all. But how do people have such output? Like, do they have a job? Are there like a whole bunch? Like, I don't know. I've always lived in a not quite blue collar, but always hands on practical working world. Like everything that I do with my hands, more or less. Are there people who don't actually have to do anything at work?
I have light days, but there's never a day I go in the office and sit there on my butt. Those days
can't
are
follow
rare. Oh. Hang on.
The screen goes black and Paimon throws me out.
Hang on. That's
I
odd.
don't know what's over there, but I can't go there.
Oh, I know what's over there. Okay, we can't go that way. That's a part of the finale of the Varanara quest. I think. Oh, let's go look for stuff in the desert. Be able to come up. Yeah, that is old Varanara where we were going. There you go. Yeah, like keep in mind, in addition to this for the Twitter idiots, these people all ostensibly play these games that they're always ranting and raving about, or at least some of them do, in addition to spending every waking moment of their lives on Twitter. Like,
Well,
scheduling for gameplay is a thing that I have to do on the reg.
I'm more of a scrape the very bottom of the barrel for the 20 spare minutes before I need to go to sleep.
I take I take the opposite approach, which is I will regularly plan on how many hours of sleep I can sacrifice and still not feel completely useless at work the next day.
For me, I do not have to consider my feelings. I'm already so low on sleep on a daily basis that my hair is falling out. There's like no baldness in my family, but I'm balding simply due to lack of sleep.
Yeah. Your industry sucks.
It does.
Oh.
It's a sort of industry where if it ever ceased to exist, society would collapse, but nobody wants to pay you well while you're part of it. This is not like garbage collection where you can get a warm body to do it. You need experts to do this job, but it's still valued at zero by society as a whole.
Yeah, well, my job isn't, strictly speaking, necessary for society. It's certainly necessary for it not to smell bad.
No, I think yours is necessary in the same way that mine is necessary. In that, yes, technically speaking, you can still drink water if nobody checks to see if it's poisonous.
Yeah. But, at least in my industry, I don't have to, deal with, being a lab manager. I just have to deal with an opossum.
If you get done herding the opossum, job's a good one.
Oh yeah, I'm riding the group.
I don't have any one person who is as bad as the opossum, but I've got several people who are less bad than the opossum, but all at the same time.
If I can get the opossum just to give up, I'll be riding the gravy train for a solid another at least 20 years, hopefully, before AI takes my job.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like, have you seen, like, sort of AI decay, where AI are always looking at other AI's work, and the output decays over time because they aren't feeding in anything
Oh,
competently designed?
I did read some kind of thing about that.
No, I've seen it in action, right? Like, if you look at the output of, say, image generators, they're all starting to converge on the same slop
Yeah.
because they are starting to look at other AI generated images.
It,
See, in your industry, the engineers have already been doing that for years, have they not?
uh, presumably,
Basically
they're
copying slop from each other,
yeah, they are. I guess the human example of what happens.
which means that when the AI takes over, it's already going to be slopified before it starts.
So yeah, that's our work. Uh, Remember when we could just play the video game? There was no scheduling required, no worries about time constraints, and we could get drunk in Sangermarsh.
I had no money, but now I have money and no time to spend it.
I managed to cobble together a fairly workable time slot set right now, but it involves anytime I do pull it, an incredible amount of sleep sacrifice. Like, how are you not regularly using myth levels of sleep sacrifice for this particular past binge of a video game? Foreshadowing.
Don't worry, tax season's coming up soon.
I know this was the spark. So, anything else in your week before we jump into
Um,
big week topic?
I didn't play much of Genshin because of the new patch coming out for Star Rail. I did play a little bit. I did one lonely quest, um, and a little bit of wandering around because, as always, Genshin is a great place to just wander around in. Um, Especially if you haven't cleared much of the content like I have. No matter where you go for a wander, you're going to find something. So yeah, I did play a little bit. I did one quest. I don't have how much of Netland have you cleared?
Just a few quests for the water people in the main story.
Okay, I did one quest. It was involving nails.
Haven't done that one
Uh,
yet.
Supposedly, basically they nailed the abyss in place way back in the days of yore. There's like these big nails in the well, they
Oh,
call them nails.
I've accidentally gone into one of those and it got pulled into a boss fight.
Oh no, this is something different. I got killed by the glowing capybara as well. Um, but which is one of them. I don't know if it's the one you found, but it's the one that I found.
No, mine was a guy that tried to pretend he was the ZZZ boss by forcing me to dodge counter.
No, mine was a capybara.
Mine wasn't that cuddly.
It was a capybara, except it was blue and it glowed, and it was called He Never Dies.
Did he die?
And no, no, I looked up. Apparently, according to online, he has 5.5 million hit points.
That's a lot of 6-shot shrapnel crit bursts.
And he was able to one shot my characters. He attacks very slowly, but every time you get tagged, you lose a character.
What are these? I've got to pull the fish one out and figure out what these guys are dancing on now. Hang on.
Arizan, you mean?
Yeah, got to solve this mystery. Why are these hilichurls having a hoedown on top of this? Nothing. It was just a pile of sand. Hilichurls, man.
My controversial take is I think Farazan is pretty waifu.
Uh, doesn't.
I like her. She doesn't get much of a role in the game, but I like her. I think she's fun.
Just doesn't stand out much to me. I did level her to 90.
She's like a better natured Herta. Herta's grumpy all the time. Farazan's not grumpy all the time.
Maybe there's some mushrooms in the ditch. Or maybe there's some beasts.
Yeah, so
Like,
yeah, I did this one question. It was like it seemed to be quite a long one because I got stuck doing it for quite a while. But I don't know how long it actually was because I got distracted like 5 zillion times. But I don't know if that's how you do quests or whether you're more focused than me. But you've been adventuring with me in WoW before. You know what I'm like every time I see a shiny object just off the road. Um, the the quest was quite fun and engaging, and it led to some. Well, if you've filled in the map, you will have seen it. But to some really nice sort of like vistas, I suppose you could call them, where they did the great reveal of the big underground, where it's all like golden pillars, where they've sealed the part where the abyss breaks into the world.
oh, I see. Yeah, I haven't done that part yet. I've seen the
There's like a teleport point in there, so I presumed you had unlocked all the teleport points.
I probably have
Is that the
wandered
sort
in
of thing you
there.
do?
Yeah, I probably have wandered in there, but I did not do a quest to take me there. I
Yeah,
did.
so this is all about. Oh well, so there's this great legend, right, where the abyss was sealed originally, and who was involved and how they sealed it, but it's starting to come loose, and so as a part of investigating the stories, you end up finding out that yes, it is coming real loose, and you've got to try and solve the problem. And this involves going right down to the site where originally they were sealed, and finding like all of the things that were involved and so on. It's just it's a nice piece of lore quest with a really sort of like I don't know. It's like it's not a very remarkable or complicated scape as far as sort of fantasy landscapes are concerned necessarily, but it's sort of like the reveal is quite well done and so on. Like I enjoyed it for a little side quest that I just decided to do on total random chance. I had a good time with it. So yeah, Natland's still a banger.
Hang on, these homeless people just stop. Okay, I think they finally
Yeah,
stopped.
one nearly killed me, which is why I'm running in circles over here instead of fighting.
Oh no, there's still more of them. Hang on, we missed one. All that for a common chest. Muslims, not Muslims, not Egypt, attached to not India.
Yeah, so yeah, I did that quest. It was a good quest. I enjoyed it. I was just running around. I had because the big chatter in the VTuber space has been the Ian Recollection project,
Hmm.
which I'm sure you've noticed, even if you didn't watch any of it, because of the amount of coverage.
Yeah, I've
Where
seen the.
basically all of the Ian VTubers, apart from Bay, because she was on hiatus, um, were basically doing a collective roleplay in Minecraft simultaneously. And so I put Fauna's POV on the background, and Fauna does the dullest playthrough, I think. She's the one that I find the easiest to listen to. I could probably listen to Fauna indefinitely without getting sick of it because it's less abrasive to my brain. But she just basically decides that her role in this world is to be capitalism hoe and spends all her time trying to get money out of people. But the I had that just on in the background while I was wandering around, and it was sort of I was able to forget for a while that unfortunately the real world is now hostile to enjoyment of things. Just wandering around Natland, because Natland is just it's a very well designed zone. It's got a nice balance of interesting things to explore without abusive cliffs that you can't get over, the way a lot of previous zones have had.
Well, they give you a dinosaur now,
Yeah,
or a Kachina, I
like
think.
I'm very gradually warming to the whole dinosaur thing because of the I have way less of those moments where I look at a place I'm trying to get to and groan because it's going to be a pain to get there.
Yeah, there's got to be a dinosaur somewhere around here to get up there, and they're usually.
I've ended up underground. I've taken a wrong turn somewhere.
I'm at a semi underground ravine. The looks like there's a sky up there, but I'm stuck fighting a cryo abyss mage over a underground lake.
I'm wondering if it's worth walking past those Vatui on the off chance they decide to attack me. Oh, maybe I can Spider-Man past them. Or maybe not. Ah, there you are.
I've been at this for a while.
Is that weird sort of pattern that appears over the screen sometimes? Is that connected to the Night Soul mechanic?
Yeah, whenever my character's got this outline around her, little rainbow outline, that
No,
means
I'm talking about the thing that appears over the
Oh
whole
yeah,
screen,
yeah,
like
yeah,
a UI
yeah.
interference element.
That means that mode is now available. The next time I use the skill, it'll be in Night Soul mode. You can the only interaction you can really have with it is normally just a timer. So every 20 seconds or something that Night Soul's triggered, it'll become available again. But otherwise, it'll the more Natland characters you have, the shorter that cooldown time is, so it becomes more and more available. Yeah, I've been playing Mulan so much that I didn't even notice what you were talking about at first.
Yeah, I mean, I see it from time to time, but I didn't know what it meant. So
Yeah, it means I have used my skill while the Night Soul buff was active and expended the charge, and it will just be automatically coming back in 20. Means it is now ready again. You don't have a choice not to use it. If it's up and you push the skill button, you're going to expend. Door I haven't opened.
anyway, we'll leave my week there, I think.
All right. Well, you've been waiting for about almost a year for me to finally get through, catch up to you in Star Rail.
I couldn't talk to anybody about it because everybody intends to play, but nobody actually does.
Well, it takes a while.
And then you done hunged yourself.
Yeah, I got back. I told you I'd get back to it. I did get back to it. It just took like 8 months.
Because done hung.
Boy done hung.
I mean, how much of that delay was he responsible for?
Not insignificant chunk of it. So, Star Rail is now caught up to current content finally. Um, so I guess we can break this down on the Star Rail adventure from start to finish, as I went through it, in terms of the gameplay that I did, and the various points I stopped and why I stopped. Because while Don Hung was definitely a factor, it was not the only factor. So first, I started playing when I heard they were announcing a free 5-star for the game, and I was just getting back into Genshin at the time, and we had just restarted, and I knew what a premium a 5-star character was in Hoyo games, and given that it was a Hoyo game, I was fairly certain at some point I would at least poke at it, and wanted to get the 5-star. Who I didn't know was Dr. Ratio at the time. I didn't know anything about the game, but 5-stars are a premium, and even if he's bad, having a 5-star in a Hoyo game is kind of a big deal. So
Unless they're C0 Dea.
Unless they're C0 Dea, also known as the mistake. So yeah, I went to install the game and got it rocking, and got Dr. Ratio, and just kind of sat the game for a bit because I was stuck on Genshin at the time and trying to catch up on the main story there, and didn't really engage with the game very much. Although at this point, the bad voice acting had become apparent. It had not reached critical mass yet because I had not really thought about it. It did not take long for it to reach critical mass once I did start playing, though. So eventually, I got to a point where I was ready to really jump into the game and give it a fair shot. This did not go very well because, as we talked about before, the English voice acting for Star Rail has some moments that are just truly special in the
I'm sort
worst
of
way
a bit
possible.
bewildered at how consistently bad the English cast is. Like, there are some bad ones in the Genshin cast, but the Star Rail cast seems to have way more misses than hits.
Yeah, it's got a few hits. Ratio is one of them, but they are the exception and not the rule in Star Rail. So so yeah, we got okay.
Man, when I start running up against these, I'm gonna have to go and look for all the puzzle explanations, aren't I?
Oh, I'm trying to remember how the heck they work. That's why you sent me. But yeah, so got into Star Rail okay, and that worked. Find a way to get that cell open though. There we go. Oh, remarkable chest. Take a brown chest over a remarkable chest.
Is that the furniture one?
Yes. Well, I gotta plug in at the. I've been thoroughly distracted by this puzzle, folks. Bear with me. No, it will not wait. Got a range limit. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call that puzzle solved. Anyway, so Star Rail. Right. So I put the game down because of the English dub initially, and because I was doing other games at the time. At the time, Final Fantasy hadn't burned me yet, so I was still chewing on that, and I was going through Genshin and trying to get caught up. And I eventually did get caught up, but oh, I see. That's but yeah. So picked the game back up after I had finally finished Genshin. At that point, like okay, I will actually get it together here this time, and the other one. And after not having any other games to really distract me, started to chew into it again, and we hit another stopping point. And this one wasn't because of the English voice acting, because at this point I had rewatched the story in Japanese and started listening to the story entirely in Japanese. So I would still turn English voices on for combat because I do like my dumb English voice callouts. There we go. All right.
I can almost hear the embarrassment in the voice actors' voices when they do them in English.
I know. I love it. Ah, luxurious chest in here. That's more like it. So, and I love big dumb English callouts, so I'll still turn it on when I'm not doing story content. But this helped a bit. But then we ran into another issue, which was I really, really did not like this at all. Didn't like any of the story going on there. I the way it was presented, the way it was paced, especially the way it was paced, the characters it chose to focus on. it was not sitting well with me at all. I didn't like the tone it was setting up for. I think it wanted you to do way too much extra reading instead of just showing stuff to you. I did not attach to any of the characters initially. It took extra events and stuff going around the Lofu, and for me to attach to any characters on the Zencho. And eventually, it was the event-only characters, pretty much, that I really attached to. But for the main story characters, it does not help at all, I don't think, with the way its main story is. It's something that's very hard to put into words, because I don't think what they did is necessarily the worst approach they could have taken, but it was certainly close to the most boring way they could have presented the topics they put forward, I feel. And it just didn't grab me at all. I am not one that puts any value on Chinese aesthetics. They are a net neutral for me. It's like cowboy aesthetics with Vol. They don't have any purchase with me whatsoever, but they're not gonna help anything. Like, they're not gonna hurt anything. So it didn't have that going for it. It didn't have a particularly good cast of interesting characters for the main story, and I didn't want to keep going. So it got put on the shelf again for other single player games that were out at the time, and Dawn Trail was coming out soon, so shelved it again.
Dawn Trail.
And then Dawn Trail happened.
All of a sudden, Shan Lofu is not looking quite as bad as it used to.
And then I'm like, I didn't like a lot of the stuff going on the Lofu, but can't be worse than that. So, and I had seen a bit of floating media around the story of Penacony and how good it was in comparison, and I remembered what the experience was like jumping from Inazuma to Sumeru. I'm like, they could pull that again. It's possible. And spoiler alert, they did. They did do a really, really good job with Penacony. But we're not there yet. We're still on the Lofu.
Also, Penacony is extremely American, so you probably got bonus points.
Yeah, it is. There are cheeseburgers and half a bottle of Soul Glad everywhere. So another thing I noticed about the Lofu is they didn't know a tone for either the protagonist or the story yet. It took until Penacony for them to really settle on that.
It's got kind of a working out who Charlie Swaglord is vibe.
Yeah. But now we know that Stell is just the queen of all goobers, and they are committed to this bit in the main story now. So, but in the Lofu, they really don't know yet. So the other factor here at this point was gameplay. In the intermittent time during both of my breaks, I had still logged in to dump my resin every few weeks. And that was a lot of few weeks. With returner bonuses, usually, because I would be right at the 2-week mark. And the only thing I could dump it on was EXP nodes. And money nodes. And light cone EXP nodes. You listed.
It's just sitting there.
Hanging out. So what had happened was I had amassed it. If you played Genshin, if you looked at the number of EXP books and stuff I had at the time, you'd be like, oh, well, that's not very much. Well, you're looking at that from two perspectives. One, you might be looking at that from an in-game perspective when you're trying to insta-bomb a new character. Yeah, it's not going to be very much for that. And you might be looking at that from the perspective of a Genshin player that has already done quite a bit of exploring and is kind of exhausted on immediate and easy-to-access chests. However, if you have literally explored none of the game and have been sitting at the Bellabog EXP and Lightcone EXP node for 8 months, dumping your Trailblaze energy, it will be enough to get you to level 80 with at least 2 teams, as enough of a head start. So, I did not ever have to worry for character EXP, at all, throughout my entire journey going up to max level, until the very end. And even then, I started making up the difference with chests that I would pick up just naturally. I have not had to farm EXP since. It was enough of a buffer to get me there. Now, the other knock-on effect with this was I had an awkward decision to make at every junction in the story. and that is, are my characters progressed enough to go up to the next world level without totally just ruining my game experience?
Yeah, you're supposed to do this organically.
Now, basically, what I would do is when it started to feel trivial, I would bump up the world level. This was not always a great metric, and I probably could have afforded to bump it up earlier a couple times, but it mostly worked out okay. Just because I have kind of a feel for how these things are going to go in terms of what I'm expecting a mobile gotcha game JRPG thing to do for me in terms of difficulty when I get to certain points in the game where the spikes kind of feel like they're going to be. There's no science to it. There's no explanation I can give you that would make those of you on Reddit happy. But it's just kind of a thing that I had a rough feel for and got it mostly right. I did wind up making a few bosses too easy. I think I did not bump it up. I could have bumped it up sooner before I got to Fantilia, for example. She was stupidly easy for my roster.
Fantilia was a nightmare for me. It was just I was getting bullied left and right.
Yeah, I definitely could have bumped it up before her fight. But I waited till after, and this will be a constant note in the background, and it won't really become relevant until we get to Adventuring and Pinnacle again. Because that was the last time, or that was the point when I bumped it up to the highest world level at Adventuring, right before his boss fight, or right before 2.1, I should say. So, for another thing going out of the Luofa's favor that doesn't help it, stupid. Uh, the other thing not going in the Lofu's favor is the fact that my roster, in particular, of characters I had pulled and characters I needed to get some some building done into required weekly boss drops from Fantilia. A lot of them did. Wowo, Gwenhyphen, and several others that were absolutely necessary for the teams I had. And this meant, in the interest of being able to continue this run through the game for the main story, I had to basically book it from the start of the Lofu uh, to the end, and do very, very little in the way of side content. This did not help the Lofu's case at all, because there's a bunch of stuff that seems very necessary to understanding that they cram in side quests, and one side quest they just straight up tell you is going to go away if you don't do it now. So I did that one, but eventually got to Fantilia, beat her, and we're now stuck in an awkward position again. Of oh, that's mean. Was stuck now in another awkward position of, okay, the main story of the Lofu is now functionally done. However, and I have access to the weekly boss now, but now I have the rest of the main story going. I can just go there right away. But given what I just experienced on the Lofu of skipping everything to get to the boss for gameplay reasons, I don't really want to do that again. I kind of want to clear out what we got. So this was where I came back in the last 2 months, pretty much. It was right before I got to Fantilia. And I decided, okay, I think what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll just clear everything out. If it's in the Fate log and it's got it somewhere I can do a checkbox for it, or it's in the past event log, we'll just go do it. So we don't have this happen again. And so I systematically went through and just did everything that was a past event, and everything that was a marked side quest, or a character quest, or a continuance. And the game kept trying to get me to do the stupid war dance early. It really wanted me to do that with the way the UI would wig out. But as soon as I accidentally started the quest by talking to the wrong thing on the express, it started rattling off names from Pinnacone in a very spoilery context from the first line. and which is funny because during the actual quest itself, it probably doesn't matter at all if you do the war dance first. I don't think it spoils anything specific from Pentaconi, but that very first conversation is just filled with them.
Yeah, I mean, they try and push it on you because they copped a lot of flack about, oh, why can't I do the events without having to do the entire story, and people whinged about that non-stop. So they basically are trying to put it front and center that, oh yes, you don't need to do it if you don't want to. If you Philistines don't care about a decent story experience, then you can just skip to the end.
Yeah. So yeah, it kept pushing that on me. But so I had that sitting in my log the whole time. But other than that, I was doing everything as I came through, and this led to basically a ludicrous amount of time management planning. Of if I give all my free time to this game, now that's a big investment and shot to give a game for 2 months. I'm going to allocate free time for about 2 months to you straight, just to clear all your content and see if you've actually got something worth going here. So I was going on Vol's word and a hunch I had that we were about to get over an Inazuma block.
I
And
didn't think that I had sold it that hard. Like I liked it, but I've always been quite open about the fact that I don't think that Penacony is brilliant writing. I think that it's really fun pulp sci-fi writing.
yeah, and I honestly don't care about how if you can pull off the emotional moments, I'll forgive any kind of dumb crap that you pull with your dream within a dream nonsense.
Especially after Dawn Trail.
Yeah, I don't care. Just get me emotionally invested, please. That's all I want.
And don't put Wuk LMAO in your game, and we're good.
That's it. Hey, there's a mushroom under that sand. Careful not to burn it.
Oh, I'd already pressed the button.
Oh, I'll put him out. It's okay.
Put the fire. I don't know if he stays. He might stay scorched after you. Let's see. Yeah, they stay scorched. They stay scorched after you burn them.
Hopefully,
So you've got to not touch them at any point. Clear, you're going back on the bench.
Oh no, not this thing. Hate this thing. But so yeah, this was a colossal planning effort and time investment. And but I did it, and I'm glad I did at the end of the day. But it did it was a leap of faith, effectively. I genuinely did not know how well this was going to go. This could have turned out to be an awful idea, but I didn't really have any other single player stuff that was on the immediate docket. I've been telling Vol I would get to it eventually, so might as well do it all at once. Especially because we're getting back into Hoyo after Dawn Trail, and I cannot do 3 of these games at once. And one of them is a JRPG, and JRPGs have a stop point until new content comes out, where I can put it down and just burn resin. And Star Rail doubles in that it is the most friendly one to get on the bench because it has slow resin.
Yeah, this is why it's become my main game to kill time with. Is simply because I have a severe paucity of free time, and it's just it totally respects that.
Yeah, just slow resin in and of itself makes me more forgiving of the game than anything else when it comes to its grinding system.
Yeah, it's an incredible FOMO diffuser.
Yeah, that and the actual FOMO diffuser that is the past event log, where most one-time rewards and past event rewards can be got getted from the permanent event replay feature that exists in the game.
The real premium rewards come from doing it contemporaneously with its release, but you still get a goodly amount of them if you do it as an archive.
Yeah. The only one that gave me trace materials as a reward, which seems to be common in events as a reward type, was the R. Malley one, and it gives you a few pick ticks for everything that is Lofu and before for trace materials. So So yeah, there was never a point, by the way, where I was, whenever I ranked up my world level, that I could not immediately jump up 10 Trailblaze levels and rank it up again throughout this whole experience. By just so we know how much I had to judge this by feel in terms of account progression. And I started to really feel the hole in the roster. I mentioned this last week when I did the storyteller event, or not last week, week before last. Uh, when I did the storyteller event, which was one of the first events I did after coming back on the train again and beating Fantilia.
It was one of the earlier events that they did. There are other events, other combat events and stuff that have not been added to the archive, because not every event gets added to the archive. The most of the ones that are like just almost pure combat don't. The story-based ones are the only ones that definitely get added. But the storyteller is the sort of the closest to the early versions of the storytelling events, and it's of course as a result the jankiest as well.
Yeah, so it wasn't too bad because Sparkle and Acheron could fix most of the problems, aside from Trial 5.
Trial 5 is a nightmare for me even now, because it was designed for a very narrow point during the meta, where everything was about Blade and Jingliu, Hypercarry and dual DPS comps, and they it existed in a world where everybody had certain characters built. Like everybody had a built Tingyun. There wasn't anybody who didn't. If you were playing the game seriously, you'd already built your Tingyun back then. Post Ryan May, a lot of people, which I started around the time Ryan May came out, people built Ryan May instead. And since Ryan May was my first gacha pull, I built her obviously. I didn't build Tingyun because I never had to. And that basically changes the calculus, because Tingyun is, number one, she's a damage magnet. For some reason, everything likes to attack her, even though she's not supposed to have a high aggro modifier. But number two, she's sort of like the premium battery in the game even now when it comes to just battery of one character, because you're using a hyper carry approach. Tingyun is the best.
Yeah,
And
whoa, ain't gonna be
Wowo's a
better than one person.
Wowo's a global battery, and so she's much better for team comps that have lots of contributing factors that need to use their ult. But if you're doing hyper carry, you only want one person to be ulting as often and as hard as possible, and that's what Tingyun is for.
Yeah,
So, and people at that time, the psychology of play was not around sort of like the cyclical play that an Acheron does, but around just going absolute hell for leather, having Bronya and Tingyun, and just charging ult constantly. So it would have been a case of using Blade or Jingliu or whoever is available,
yeah,
and then just going battery, ult, move action up, battery, ult, move action up, sort of thing. Like you'd just be giving Blade, let's say, the maximum conceivable number of turns. This playstyle basically doesn't exist anymore. It's sort of become defunct because the focus of recent releases has all been on the follow-up or the counter side of the archetype. But the sort of the action advance mode is still exists, but it's not part of the meta right now.
yeah.
And so nobody really thinks about it or has the characters built that are used for it. Like, very few people use Bronya actively for premium comps anymore. But back then, everybody wanted a Bronya. She was considered mandatory for any account to be competitive.
Yeah. In challenges like during the Ghost Hunt event, we'll talk about in a minute. My Sparkle filled that role of being able to make that happen when the challenge required it, to a point where I didn't even have to think about it, because Sparkle also comes with free skill points. So making the team more skill point hungry didn't matter at all. So Sparkle was a good event solver for the older events, but for that particular challenge, there was no good answer in my roster, like at all. Like,
You need a roster built for Hypercarry to do that event.
and it,
Like, for me, I squeaked through on pure chance when I finally made it.
yeah, I'm not sure if it was me finally coming up with a workable something. Oh no, that's right. It involved Destruction Trailblazer getting as traced as I could get it to finally clear the event, or clear that challenge at level 60. Like that's how stuck I was where because of the nature of the energy region and needing to chain ult, something that did AoE kaboom that I just didn't have the things leveled up for. It was literally Destruction Trailblazer or bust. And I managed to get it there with that last push. And so yeah, that was over. And thankfully, that was the only event that roadblocked me. All the other events, none of them in the replay thing were a thing that Acheron couldn't solve. So that's a good.
The Ghost Hunter event in particular has the opposite problem to the Storyteller one, in that everything there gets trivialized by the current meta, as
Yeah,
opposed to being inaccessible to the current meta.
yeah, and
Like I think every single fight I one shot using Firefly.
yeah, it's it also doesn't help the Ghost Hunter event in terms of challenge. That as soon as you realize that the bomb is OP and the best thing in every scenario because it only needs one spooky charge to go off,
Unless you're using Firefly,
unless you're
in which case instantly break everybody is the optimal one.
yeah, it it makes that event's combat challenges a breeze. Like get them done in a few hours a breeze.
They were already at that point. They were already moving in the direction of making them easier, because even though there was a meta at the time that was more accommodating to the Storyteller event, the Storyteller event was already hard as balls. And at the time, because you haven't done any of the earlier combat events, and you probably won't, because they won't end up in the archive most likely. But being hard as balls was the norm up until that point.
Yeah, well, they didn't have
Like
any.
the like the back quarter of stages would be totally inaccessible to anybody who couldn't do like full clear MOC type of difficulty.
Well, now they've got a plethora of in-game modes that they can throw all that difficulty into, and they but for events they can limited time events they can keep those more accessible to the public. And this is maintained all the way up until the current event. It seems like from between the
If
point.
anything, they've gotten more accessible.
Yeah, I could see
Like
how
they're
people.
continuing to get more accessible all the time. Because I mean, like their current event is definitely a case in point of this is really about the world building, the story experience. This isn't so much supposed to, break your balls. We've already got in-game modes for breaking people's balls.
Yeah, and the fact that the content still exists, if you decide to really go ham and want to power number the game and bust out your spreadsheets and look up your guides, cool. But for limited time events, yeah, I'm okay with them keeping those. So yeah, this is a good point to bring up another source of account power and progression, which was an early when I was doing my 8 months of log in, log out, and burn stuff on the EXP node. I was still getting primos or primo gem equivalent, quite a few of them, just from login events, from check-ins, from because I would check into all the games at once, and to and just for doing the dailies, which were got completed even if I didn't do a daily quest. I just borrowing a support character and clearing the Kylax, basically. So I would accrue gems. So even though I wasn't making progress in the game, I still had enough to do a few win pulls, which is how I wound up with Sparkle and Acheron. And I don't have a real reason I pulled for Sparkle. I'm going to attribute it to Aha whispering in my ear ahead of time because he knew that I would start championing for him by pestering Elio for the future script. So
And you don't have a thing for walking red flag girls.
no, so he just he threw Sparkle my way pretty quick, and so Sparkle's been ever present and helpful tool in the toolbox for when I get stuck. Sometimes Sparkle is the answer, but not a core part of the toolbox in any. Most of the 4 stars are more important than Sparkle. However, Acheron is a game changer if you have her or you don't have her. Everything we say is going to be in the context of having Acheron whenever we talk about the game. And the video game is totally different for people that don't have her. because Acheron does a absurd amount of damage, has forces a different style of play from standard with debuff stacking, and forces the overuse annihility characters, and is an Omni Breaker with her ult to get you out of a pinch where you just have to break something. So having Acheron, can't catch this on Sharky. So having Acheron radically changed my perspective on the game at every point. And while I early on, with like Crown Monday and Divine, and throughout the Lofu, I would regularly use Sparkle and Kinke for Mahjong meme shenanigans. This tapered off pretty quickly in Penacony because the speed of clear would have gone down so significantly after the Lofu without using Acheron that we would have tacked on multiple weeks of time if I tried to build any other team. And the point of this whole adventure was to get caught up, and while I have more free time than Volasel because I'm not in a terrible industry, I don't have infinite free time. So I did have to be economical with this and could not do the meme team the whole way there.
Yeah, Acheron is a premium archetype. I don't know how much longer she'll be a premium archetype because, you know, she's getting on a bit now. She's been sort of a premium DPS for, you know, 6 months-ish, which is sort of where you expect Ho-Yo characters to start tailing off in favour of power creep. But she still does the job quite fine in virtually every circumstance. There are some circumstances where she doesn't work so well, but a lot of them are somewhat conspicuously tailored to marginalize her.
Yeah, the other thing with Acheron in terms of talking about a character changing the way you view the game and play it is Acheron means you don't have to fight trash. This is
I remember talking about this when it was first announced in the previews and thinking that it would be quite corrosive to the way the game is structured overall, and basically that's true. In no small part, basically they have to rethink the way they build the game because trash fights are just not a thing for people who have Acheron.
Yeah. So a whole bunch of obnoxious areas that were just littered in trash enemies that could have slowed down my exploration by having to make me stop and do fights, or slowed it down by making me lose my place in where I was because a trash fight in the middle of like some of the areas in Penacony where you have to walk around the walls. That's going to disorient you and make you have to stop and re-get your place, your bearings. None of that was a factor because I just deleted the trash. So while this only really comes into play from Penacony onward, this is part of the experience we're talking about here because time economy is a thing. So when it comes to trash fights, aside from the token bits I did voluntarily or the bits that came in as mandatory parts of the story, from Penacony onwards, I was mostly skipping trash to save time. There's a bird here that I can't hit.
The animal friends are taking care of it.
So yeah, that's where we're at with the Acheron situation. So back to post Fantilia. Did the storyteller event, and the O'Malley event was shortly afterwards. And I mentioned this a couple weeks ago as well, and I mentioned how Bonifen's voice actress, she is trying so hard. She is giving a very genuine performance in English, but it just doesn't quite work. And the reason it was in English was because she's sitting there right next to the freight skiff to start the event for the O'Malley event where you stack the boxes. And I accidentally talked to her or walked too close to her and triggered a proximity. I don't remember. And started the ghost hunting event. The ghost hunting event so far has been the best event in the game.
Yeah, it's my favorite by far.
I'm glad that Mr. Tail and Woho and the Goober girls continue to make appearances, and because we're back on the Lofu, they do show up again. for the current events
Mr.
even.
Tail is outrageously tsundere. He
There's
wants very badly for people to believe he's a big bad Heliobus.
I think he's given up on that. I think Wopo's starting to. What's the most out of context way I can put this? Mr. Tail is how I imagine the English voice line goes from Wopo. So yeah, but I love the Goober Girl Squad. They are hilarious the whole way through. That we mentioned before when I was going through it, text message chat from all the characters, especially if you play Estelle, is really funny. And being able to make the stupid social media posts and all the shenanigans that the various Heliobi get up to made me actually start to get invested in some of the areas of the Lofu that the main story had made me not care about.
Well, the main story is all about sort of lofty people and ideas. It's not about the normal people living on the Lofu, but the ghost hunting is.
Yeah, it's about the big ideas and what it means to be a long life species and all the curses and things that come with that and the struggles of running a society in that and politics of the Lofu and all that. Yeah, that's all good and everything. What I actually care about is the characters. I've said this 50 bajillion times in any game. I care about the people on the ground and that are going to be interacting with you, the player, and you're going to be viewing the entire tone of the story through.
And you thought you wouldn't be able to get along with Gwynaifin because she looked too much like Kiara.
No, she earns her spot as part of the girl goober crew by being just as goober as everybody else. And Shunzong's Shun's what say her name for me.
Hushang.
There you go.
Hushang.
Yeah, she's there too. She's probably she's the most airheaded of the goobers, but somehow also the most restrained in their gooberness.
Well, that's because she's not an airhead. She's just a little bit dim. Like most of the jokes about Sushang are about her inability to study effectively, and how much she got bullied by her mother for her slackness at her studies.
Yeah. So
Like
she's
she's not an airhead. She's just doesn't have a lot of sort of like conventional intellect to draw on.
yeah. So she's fun, but she's probably the least impactful, and I still remembered her. Uh, Wowo and Mr. Tail steal the show for the event. But
Well, they were the characters that were being
yeah.
promoted on the banner at the time.
And speaking of Wowo had I realized a problem with my roster when I came back to the game. The Wowo banner was up as the rerun banner, and the the main banner was Foot Girl, I think, because the War Dance event had just started. First part of it came back.
Yinli.
Yeah, it had just started. I noticed a problem in my roster right away. I didn't have anybody to keep me alive that wasn't named Bailu.
Bailu's not great.
Yeah.
But Bailu's got a reputation for being the Chi-Chi.
Yeah, Bailu is just can't make her work. I don't see any way you can make her work. Uh as much as I joke about the bonus Bailus that seem to show up for me in Vol all the time, that they really are just a wasted 5-star. There's nothing we could do to really find content where that's useful.
This is enigmatic page here.
But yeah. So I pulled Wowo. So had been with me well before I got to the ghost hunting event. So I got to experience her getting kidnapped by Mr. Tail and taken for a ride, and her throwing paper airplanes, and the paper airplane looping back around, smacking her in the head, scaring her, and her knee knocking sound effect before I met her properly in the story. So I was already a little
Seems
attached.
like her addition to the story has basically made Persona Palace's canon for Star Rail.
Yeah, they all look exactly the same, but
Yeah, it's true.
and it actually just seems to set up Mr. Tail's role as a psychotherapist.
Yeah, like I mean, he might as well just make it an occupation. That way, at least he'd make some money off of it.
I think he threatens to start charging for it during one scene. But yeah, Mr. Tail is. I didn't expect him to be as cordial by the end as he was with Wovo, but he was.
I think that's probably because you're overexposed to his English voice. Because the Japanese voice is definitely thug with a heart of gold calibrated, whereas it's just sort of growly in the English.
Yeah. So they actually redid some of Mr. Tail's voiced dialogue in the overworld in the last patch again in English. I've noticed. Like the most common loading up a new map quote that Woho has is, "Oh, such a peaceful spot," and it used to be that Mr. Tail would just go woof woof in a deep, scary voice and scare her. They've changed it to be a different type of woof woof for some reason. So they clearly have noticed that there's points in the performance in English that can be adjusted because of the abrupt voice actor change. But it definitely sets a tone. So I could see that being an influence there. But yeah, I liked all that event. I think it's worth experiencing pretty much from start to finish. Mostly blind, and yeah, it'll be a good time for you if you haven't done it yet. Let's see, and then we get to finally get to the end of the pre Pinacone stuff, and I had just moved on to Pinacone a few days before the show last week. Now, this whole time, I was stuck in this weird space where I was scared to progress the world level up, not because my character levels couldn't be leveled, but because I could not get their capstone traces, the big ones that require a boss drop for their one and only rank on a lot of characters, because I just didn't have access to Echoes of War for very long. I only had like about 3 or 4 weeks of worth of Echoes of War to mess around with by the time I got to Pinacone, and yeah, it made for a lot of humming and hawing. But before I went to Pinacone, I bumped it up to Equilibrium 5. This let me take my characters to 80, but is not but there's one more Equilibrium level above it, and I did that grind to level 80. I had Vol put his Black Swan back on the friend support list to clean up that grind and continue whapping bosses. And right at the end of 2.0, I think. So right where I was at the show, because it was almost immediately after the show, I bumped up to the highest world level difficulty. This turned out to be a pretty good spot for what the game was going for emotional feel in terms of how big a danger some of the climaxes are. No, it was right after adventuring, so it was after 2.1.
Yeah, I bumped up my world level immediately before starting Pinacone, and even the trash was absolutely sodomizing me.
Yeah.
I didn't get to skip the trash. That was not a thing back then.
Yeah, I did not ever have to deal with the trash, but some of the boss fights were
I was literally returning to a space anchor every time I finished a trash fight.
yeah, I had Wowo with me, so I was either topped up or dead. There was no in between.
I was using Natasha.
So yeah. Uh and I just kind of dove into Pinacone, and I decided that for the 2 weeks I was in Pinacone is what it wound up about 2.5 weeks is what it took me to chew through everything. I was just going to do it thoroughly, but not stop, basically, because all of this has been on the hanging time limit over my head of I've got to get this done before tax season, which is an unfortunate situation that I've run into with being an adult in the real world. Is I have responsibilities that I cannot duck or dodge, and that oftentimes puts you on a time limit for things like this, where you just got to get them done. So I didn't skip anything in Pinnacle, and I found myself reading a lot more of the documents laying around because Penacony is inherently interesting, being a dream world. That the way the wacky stuff in the world works just is fun to read about. So it did not feel like a slog ever. It wasn't at all like the Lofu where I was like, oh, okay, is this book interesting? Oh, this thing. We can't fight that thing.
Can't kill it.
Oh, we need a not that one. It's the world boss underneath here that you fight for the boss drop. Uh, it's the thing stabbing us. So
I see.
it's just a hazard in this part of the desert. Gotta dodge.
Yeah, there's some. I haven't spent a lot of time reading the Penacony documents. That I've sort of backlogged a lot of them, but the there's some pretty bizarre nightmare fuel stuff in there.
Yeah, it's all real interesting, and they do a good job of making consistent characters in the history of Penacony recur throughout a bunch of the documents. So you're finding out more and more about these characters that exist off screen or existed at one point, and how things got to the point they're at. The documents I haven't read all of them. There are some I did go into skim mode for because I didn't catch my. For the most part, I didn't skip anything, and I enjoyed my time going through and exploring early Penacony and later Penacony for that matter. But we're still at early Penacony in the recount. So get to Penacony, and in 2.0, it's good, but it still hasn't quite set in. I'm enjoying myself more just because Penacony's more interesting. Focus more on the characters, while still having just Penacony being a dream world carry the interest factor for world building and how that operates. They don't need anything extra when you got that going on. So they're allowed to spend more time with setting up what the heck is Sparkle doing now? Why is she doing it? And it culminates in the best way possible. Eventually, on the trash can ship. But like getting to know Black Swan as a character does infinitely more for telling me about the Memo Keepers and the followers of Falui, not Fatui. That's the wrong word.
Huli.
Fuli. That's then sitting there and dumping a lore book on me or an expedition dump, letting me play with Black Swan and have her come and bail me out and explore the memory zone does way more than any kind of exposition dump that the Lofu love to do. So, like the best bits of the main story for the Lofu were actually for getting across the point of the Lofu were the times I spent with Bailu. And you don't spend very much time in the main story with Bailu. It's relegated mostly to side quests and events. Like you spend a very brief amount of time with her. But because you spend so much time with her as a character, you get a feel for the Alchemy Commission a lot better than you do some of the other commissions. And you get a better feel for the Ten Lords Commission when you finally have to interact with them during the ghost hunting event. So yeah, just being able to get to know the characters that way, them setting up Firefly the way they did, especially if you did the extra reading and looked up the answers for what's true and false with Kafka. The setup with Firefly makes it feel a lot more interesting. Because if you did Kafka's character quest, because of the 2+2 answer, you can straight up figure out what ones of her potential answers are actually true, assuming she's not just outright lying about everything. And so your history with Firefly goes back further in the backstory than you may get if you don't do some extra reading outside the game, but it makes for some interesting dynamics when your character's talking to her, and it sets up Firefly to
The,
be cute and nice and everything.
the sad part, I suppose, is that most people don't get the full experience because the full experience is almost impossible to obtain, and the full experience is where you didn't get leaked to you who Sam was.
Yeah, yeah. So this
Like
part
one
was
person in 1,000 who play it get that experience. I fortunately did, but almost nobody does.
yeah. So
This is what was behind me beginning to complain constantly about the amount of spoilers that the Hoyo fandom is always bandying about.
yeah. As soon as they reveal Sam on screen, and you realize, or rather, if you just borrow Firefly, like I had to borrow yours because it was the only damage dealing. So like every single voice line when the armor pops out is Sam in position. When it's in armor mode and it's not Firefly talking, and her screaming until everything burns to ashes, set the seas ablaze and all that. Yeah, that's
If you haven't seen them yet, you should watch the anime about her backstory.
I don't remember if I watched her. I watched a few
There's
of them.
there's there are two main ones that are pertinent to her, and one of them is one of them sort of like a scene of her while she's serving in the Iron Cavalry, and one of them is about her basically her leaving the Iron Cavalry, or rather the fact that that Glamour ceases to exist.
Yeah. So yeah, I had written off most of the actual character reveals with Firefly as being a non-starter. Because
Yeah,
I
well, they're a non-starter for virtually everybody. Even when it was new, most people didn't manage to evade the spoilers for long enough.
yeah, and I probably could have got away with dodging the spoilers because I don't follow the greater Hoyo community in air quotes.
Well, the thing is that there's media about Firefly and Sam everywhere,
Yeah, and
like
Hoyo,
even in like splash art and that. So you basically can't avoid it.
yeah. Thankfully, the reveal is just a small part of the reveal in the arc. It's finally the part of the arc it's finally brought up in, so it's not as damaging as it could
Yeah,
be.
it's not as damaging as it could be, but it's a little bit of extra gunpowder that it's a shame that there's not really any way to preserve.
Yeah, because that was clearly set up as speculation for while it was going out of what Sam's deal was. But if you didn't play it in real time while dodging spoilers, that's basically a wash for you. So especially if you borrow Firefly, so it's always fresh in your mind until everything turns to ashes, set the seas ablaze, Sam in position.
No explanation has been given for how Firefly came from a military background but ended up so toony.
Yeah,
There are a lot of fan comics that it was actually Trailblazer who taught her all those lines.
yeah. Well, in the first half of the Mark 7 training arc that you did for the War Dance, uh, Firefly or well, not Firefly, Silverwolf just is complaining about how she comes back to Celeron Hunters and won't shut up about this with the Soul Glad jingle.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, we'll get to that one. So yeah, I like the setup of Pinnaconny a lot better. Setting up Sunday and Robin early. It's pretty obvious that Sunday is going to be the final big bad, but they handle it well enough that they still reach the emotional climaxes they were going for at the end, even though it's abundantly clear. The real question mark while you're going through it, if you manage to dodge most of the spoilers, is what the heck are Adventuring and Acheron's deals?
Well, they spend an appreciable fraction of eternity going through all of the stuff that's made Aventurine so screwed up.
Yeah, and I think it does a lot for his character if you're going to be spending that much focus on the story with him, like they did in 2.1. I would rather
There are
them go
there are
ham with
people
it.
who are happy with that, but a lot of people were really annoyed about that. They're like, "Oh, why is it like this is just bogging down the story?" It's like, no, not really. Like, I feel like they could have integrated it into story a little bit better in the sense that um Venturine tends to sort of exit stage left after that, and the exact rationale for why it was all important is never really spelled out. So if you aren't paying a lot of attention, it's just going to be completely opaque. But yeah, that I think that they spent enough time doing it, and I feel like the whole mushroom samba sequence that he ends up going through does a lot to clarify that path striders of the Harmony are actually really dangerous, and that Harmony isn't just some type of good thing.
Yeah. So so yeah, and figuring out what Acheron's deal is with this is another one that's spoiled ahead of time. That she's and the Emanator of Nihility.
Yeah, that is basically impossible to avoid.
Yeah, Acheron is so front and center on everything. She's probably the most common support character and one you're most likely to borrow at least once. Uh,
And she's also just not very good at keeping secrets.
yeah.
She she's just a she's I think that she's one of the more airheaded characters, generally speaking. Like she's got it together and all that, but she's got so little common sense.
Well, it keeps falling out of her head. So
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like it makes sense for her backstory to be a little bit vague because she can only remember so much of it. There's a great deal more of it in the extraneous media. Like you learn a little bit about the planet she's from, in the extraneous media and what they went through, and that she's sort of like she was the culmination of their efforts, the entire planet's efforts to avoid being consumed by X, which was unsuccessful in the end. And they made a set of, like, I think it was originally there were 20 legendary swords, and every time things got worse, they would break them and reforge them into fewer, more powerful swords. And I think hers is one of the two that were left at the end.
I see. So yeah, uh, Acheron's deal as an Emanator and Adventurine's everything worked out pretty well. Even though I already knew what Acheron's deal was, watching the characters figure it out is interesting enough that it doesn't really get in the way of what they're going.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the only emanator you've met who has really expressed their essence as an emanator is Screwubbaboo. So they kind of needed to have a more normal emanator to contextualize them as people.
Yeah,
I mean,
and they
Herta's technically an emanator as well, but you never see her doing anything particularly emanatory.
and doesn't Nos have like a gajillion like everybody in the genius, not genius.
No,
Uh,
no. Herta's one of only a few emanators. There aren't too many nurse emanators. Like it's sort of why Herta has such a flat personality is because she's so close to the path of erudition that she can't really find other things important.
yeah. So yeah, they get to show off Acheron and what and the kind of heavy hitting power that an Emanator has on while still having a more human, relatable side to them. Because Emanators, as far as I can tell, still have some degree of choice. They're not they're not so tied to their path like their parent Aeon is.
Yeah, they aren't obliged to follow the path to the exclusion of all else, but a lot of who they are is tied up in it. Like you don't. It's more like you become an emanator because you are already that way, rather than you are that way because you're an emanator.
Yeah,
And nihility is like the exception, one of the exceptions to the rule, because nihility is something that you are afflicted by, like a disease, rather than something that you seek out as a blessing.
and they handle Acheron being the type that's like, yeah, yeah, everything can go back to nothing, but so what? Basically, just because something disappears in the end, does that make everything worthless? So they try and get to those themes with her as a character. They're a bit they're not totally abstract from Pinacone, being that it's a dream world and it ties into it. So I can see what they were going for with it. But
But
I
Akron
don't.
has definite is going to be back later vibes.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with it. I don't think that they they're done with Acheron. So any kind of holes or just kind of vagaries in her worldviews that they've put up, they just give you a general sense of who he is, and the big teaser at the end seems to be more of a Honkai Impact Third reference than an Acheron reference. The
It is largely for Honkai Third players. It's sort of like a callback to a scene with Raiden Mei. But the the fact that she is Raiden Mei basically means she's here to stay.
Yeah, they love.
Dying early in the story is a province for Himiko only.
Yeah,
Every Himiko in every universe dies except Star Rail.
yeah. So so yeah, they did what they needed to do with her fine, and she serves the role of the powerhouse heavy hitter working on the side of the heroes because of circumstance pretty well. Uh, Adventuring describing his character is very difficult because it relies on a whole bunch of words and terminology I don't remember. But
He's outrageously self-destructive is the short version.
yeah, but I found him fairly compelling and interesting. Not enough to go pull for him to make the full fart team because he's still a Nicky boy, but it made me think about it.
There's more. There's some extraneous media for him as well. Most recent one, I suppose, is his trial in front of the rest of the 10 Stonehearts after the events of Pinacone.
Yeah,
That's
because
also online.
they reveal the what you call it's the big rocks that each of them
10
has.
Stonehearts.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've all got one. Although not all of them appear to be alive or alive currently, or it's not really that clear. But what is clear is that people were more than willing to start simping for them based on silhouettes alone.
yeah. Pinstone hearts are a cool idea to set up as a background element.
Well,
This
they're
is
basically the harbingers. They're
yeah
the harbingers of Star Rail.
yeah. The this sets up one of the two times in the story that made me go what a little bit when it came to Pinacone in terms of their world setup because this is one of them things that just you don't if you think about it too long it's going to break your immersion so don't. But it stuck with me for a bit until I managed to pick it up with a shovel and chuck it out of my head. So adventuring brings to Pinacone this gift of the super powerful mega rocks that the stone each of the stone hearts has one of. He brings three of them, and he crushes one of them. And this is all made relevant in the dream where he's having a discussion with Sunday about it when Sunday mind whammies him. But we're in the dream. So how does the money or rocks that he's collecting in the dream matter?
Because you can take stuff inside and outside the dream. Memoria doesn't stay Memoria. There is a process to convert it into real matter.
Okay.
It's implied to be outrageously expensive and very difficult to do, but it's not so expensive and so difficult that it doesn't get done on the regular. And the only way that I found that you really get this revealed to you is the fact that if you buy a car on Penacony, they talk about how in theory you can have it delivered in the real world. And
Okay.
they also talk in some of the clothing stores about how you can get the real world version of the thing you bought. The Dreamweavers put it together so that you can take it with you when you leave Penacony.
I see. Yeah, I
But it's
just
implied to be sort of like an outrageously expensive process. So yeah, stuff can move inside and outside of the dreamscape, but the specifics of what the limitations on that are and how it's done are not clarified.
yeah, because they make it clear from like the very first quest in the main story that you can take stuff into the dream, just by having it on your person when you go into the dream bed. But it was more of a
Yeah,
question of how to get it out.
when it is and isn't the real thing is not really clarified how they bridge that gap. But I haven't read all the text. Oftentimes that stuff does actually get explained. It's just all in the text.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's simply not enough time to explain every single aspect in the main story.
Yeah. So either way, I chose not to think about this too hard, but it did stick with me for a bit there. And so yeah, that leads into the adventuring boss fight. I bodied him.
I got bodied by him
I
repeatedly.
he was the signal to me that okay, time to bump it up. Was after the adventuring fight where I was basically at full health the whole time and had no trouble whatsoever. We need to go up to EQ.
I hadn't leveled any traces. I hadn't leveled them up beyond about 4 or 6. And I had +0 relics, and my team was Natasha, Jeopard, Kafka, and no, actually I didn't have Jeopard yet. It was Preservation Trailblazer, Natasha, and Black Swan, and Kafka.
Yeah, because
with no relics that weren't +0.
Yeah.
So I had just put my equilibrium level up. So I got absolutely annihilated repeatedly to the extent that I gave up attempting to do the fight and went away to go and grind stuff because it was just a non-starter.
Yeah. So I blew him up at Equilibrium 5 and was like, okay, time to go up to the last one. So I bumped it up to 6. This will have
They did nerf him dramatically. They nerfed him dramatically from release because when he was released, he was too powerful for most people to get past him. So I don't know how powerful he is now because, of course, I can't fight story mode adventuring ever again.
Yeah, this clarifies something about the difficulty here in my decision to bump it up. Because looking back, it was, for anybody that is not a veteran of RPGs, this was too early to bump myself up to EQ6. Way too early. But thanks to just ludicrous amounts of JRPG experience and Acheron being busted, I managed to get my way through. But this was way too early to do it. I have been running into shoes nonstop in regular story quests repeatedly, though only one in particular has been a multi-hour problem. Like a memorable multi-hour problem. Ever since.
I had bumped up to max level at the start of Penacony, so I did everything pretty much on the level. But as a result, I got bodied by every single boss in Penacony. Every single one. The number of times varied from boss to boss, but I got bodied by every single one.
Yeah.
Something Unto Death bodied me. Aventurine bodied me. Sunday bodied me.
So, Something Unto Death is an interesting experience because I had a team similar to what you went into Penacony with, except with Acheron, to help me powerhouse it. But this meant I had a kind of wacky half dot with Acheron in it team that I was rolling with.
Hey, Dotcaron is one of the top comps at the moment.
Yeah. So, problem is, until I got to Penacony, my Kafka couldn't even pop dots with her ultimate. That's how far behind we were on traces.
Something Ventilia.
Yeah. So after I bumped it up to EQ6, oh right, funny story about Something Unto Death, because there are 2 times in the story where you can fight Something Unto Death. The first time is when you first meet him with Black Swan, and yeah, he's can be challenging, especially for non-dot teams. But I had a dot team, so yawning. So he was not that big a deal to me. However, should you take one of the routes, it might just be on whatever your second route is, because he wasn't my first route through. But when I went to go clean up the Soulglad or audition stage area, you can take the alternate pass you didn't take before. And the first time I got Argenti, and Argenti kicked my butt for a while. A long while. Because number one, I didn't know you could just tell him, "Hey, I need to get through." And number two, I'm pretty sure my Trailblazer doesn't know the meaning of how to have a normal conversation, so would not know or think to ask if she can just, go on by. So I had to fight Argenti, and he kicked my butt. And when I went back after I beat him, went through the story and all that, but we'll fast forward a bit to when I went to clean up the area by going through again and going on the paths I didn't go down the first time. Something Done to Death is the boss when you get back to that arena. Round two of Something Done to Death was holy crap difficult.
Well, you would have put the difficulty up between those two, right?
Yep.
You would have gone equilibrium level up.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at with the dip here, or the jump here, and Argenti was also done at this world, the max world level. So the difference between equilibrium level 5 and 6, basically Adventurine in his post nerf state did not give me a good indicator for when it was a good time to up my world level. Because rather frequently I've run into bosses now where it has just been multiple, just, okay, somebody got one shot, I gotta restart. Like, I have not had time to get any gear on my characters that's appropriately substatted and has enough survivability for people to at least take one hit.
It do be that way. I went through that as well. In fact, it still happens from time to time. Just not as often as it used to, because I've got a built Fushuan as my default tank, who makes everybody quite a bit more durable. But whenever I'm using a healer as my sustain, well, yeah, I've had to restart even very recently. I've had to restart fights because I was like, oh, so what you're saying is for one round they decided that Acheron was the only target worth fighting, and now I don't have her anymore.
Like, and that means I don't have anything. Because if Acheron's on the team, Acheron is your game plan. Yeah, happens a lot. Although usually it was poor Gunaifen that would get bodied, because I just cannot.
Yeah, she is my most bodied character is Gunaifen.
Yeah, she's a 4-star, and I cannot roll HP percent on any of her gear to save her life.
You really shouldn't be building HP percent on it. You can if you're using a pure support.
I'm not talking like a main stat. I just want like a couple of the substats to roll a single tick, or just roll it HP percent at all, so she's not sitting at 24k HP. Like 27 would be good. Whoa could fix that. But 24 is in one-shot territory.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who use who don't play Dot, who use Gunaifen explicitly as a support for Acheron, often do build her defensively, just effect hit rate and HP as the priority, and everything else is just gravy.
Yeah. Mine is attack, because I don't have access to the luxury of choice when it comes to stats or substats on my gear. At the moment,
I've built her for attack, but I don't think it's really paid off because her multipliers are so low. Like, even when she's at her best, her attack is still incredibly mediocre.
yeah. Well, I'm just working with what I got. Like, I don't have very good options here for my gear and for most characters. My Acheron has a few good pieces that I crafted, the relic crafting thing, but that's it. So yeah, and I would not have been able to beat that Something Unto Death round 2 if if I didn't have a semi-workable .comp going on in the back over there. So if I didn't have Kafka and Gunaifen on the team, it basically would have been a no-go.
I think that Something Unto Death round 1, like the first time that you really fight it all the way down, I think I actually won with one person standing.
Oh, you just kidnapped the other ones? They're just stuck?
They were all dead.
Oh, dead, not kidnapped.
Yeah, like, because they died after the kidnapping. Because I couldn't deal damage fast enough. And I think it actually, in the end, it died because Black Swan has a permadot that can't fall off. The first pip of Arcana can't fall off. It's always there.
Yeah.
And I think that I actually just had the healer left, and I just spam healed myself, and that eventually that last pip of dot chipped the something under death down,
I see.
which is about the most embarrassing way you can successfully clear that fight.
But it did clear the fight.
It did. And C's get degrees.
Yes. So yeah. Uh that was a anecdote there, but that's getting ahead a bit of where we're at. With the adventuring portion of the story done and the reveal of Acheron as the Emanator done, rather quickly into part 2, we're going to also reveal that Firefly is Sam and part of the Stellaron Hunters. So all the reveals that were done early for me are now over, and now we are just on the what the heck is Penacony's deal, and what the heck is Sunday doing, and and what's the game plan here with with our with our Featherhead. But first, the Robin banner came up shortly after or a little bit before this point, or in 2.2 when I was in 2.2, or rather, I should say the rerun banner. And so this is where I had a decision to make, and this was a harder decision than most when it comes to planning gotcha pulls, but one I was glad I had the option to pick from because as a player at the account level I'm at and was at the time, just a week ago, the decision on who to pull for here was very important. I could have leaned into the dot comp with Kafka and Acheron and gotten Black Swan on the rerun. That was definitely on the table because I already had things for the comp built for it. I could pretty easily cobble together a comp for it, but we don't know where they're going with Dot yet, and Black Swan seemed like the part of the team that may be the most replaceable if they ever decide to bring it to the fore.
Yeah, I think that she's got a good mechanic for a dot team. Like, it's an interesting mechanic, and it works well in mechanical terms. Like, the pieces work well together. But the problem is the damage is always the most replaceable thing. And if the power creep is such that by the time they decide that they're going to revive dot as a prominent aspect of the meta, Black Swan's output will probably be too low to make her relevant, and they'll end up power creeping her with a new premium dot DPS or something like that. Kafka has a support mechanic that makes her not impervious but resistant to power creep.
Seems like she will be usable in dot comps no matter what happens, but Black Swan will easily become the one that gets crept the hardest, I think, because she's just a source of dots and damage. Whereas Kafka is something that advances the game state of dot by being a double trigger or triple trigger if her ult's up.
Yeah, well, basically what she is a hedge against dot's greatest weakness, which is enemy speed. Like, if you are playing counter team or dot team, you need the enemy to move as often as possible in order for you to get damage. If there's a really slow, really hard hitting enemy, well, you're out of luck.
I got lost in the cave, so I just a random spot.
Okay, because I'm down in this cave trying to follow you, and I have no idea what I'm seeing here. This is completely alien to me. There is so much crap in Sumeru, my goodness.
Yeah, all this stuff in the northern desert is late post patch Sumeru before. There's a ton of crap here. So yeah, I did not go for Black Swan. The thing I decided to go for was somebody's got to rep our boy Aha, because Vol ain't gonna do it. And so of the rerun characters that were available, in addition to being able to rep Aha, Robin as a good generic harmony support for several archetypes seemed like the most timeless of the bunch.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to creep her anytime soon. She's already so effective, and what she does, if you were to attempt to creep her, you would create a character who was conspicuously like her, most likely, and that tends to piss people off.
And I do like Robin, and I liked her a lot more later, and was happy I pulled for her during the final boss fight of Penacony. Uh, but they having a whole team advance, plus the ability to have a big kaboom anytime somebody does any form of offensive anything on any given target. It's kind of handy in a gajillion different scenarios, even if you don't have the teams built for her to optimize her.
Yeah, she's one of the two, like, one size fits all supports. Ranmei is the other one. Ranmei main strength is reducing enemy, increasing your rate at which you break enemies, keeping enemies broken for longer, and reducing the rate at which they resist element. So, yeah. Although you can impart that ability to Robin by getting her first idol on, I think, and I think she starts to shred resist there.
Yeah. So you still need a defense shredder if you have E0, but like I do. So at the point pull time came around, I had 30K ish gems in the bank. That was more than enough to guarantee Robin, but I was really hoping I would get her early, and I got her relatively early. Just before, I don't know what my pity counter was at, or if pity counters from previous banners carried into these special banners. I don't think they did.
I think
Um,
they do. I think, but basically everything. I think everything from the banners carry forward. I think. I think so.
yeah,
I think so.
I thought I
Like
remembered
you,
reading somewhere that these were special with their pity.
I think that's special internally. Like, um, I think the special part is that you can switch between characters and they'll be on the same pity. If there's two banners up at the same time, I don't think that they share pity. Actually, the dynamics of it are a bit too complicated. Needless to say, if I wanted to know, I would go and reread the details.
Yeah, I had 31,755 shade going into the Robin banner, and I desperately needed to expand my roster with more options at the point because being locked into the team I was in was really starting to become a problem. So I pulled for Robin and got her within 9K Jade. So right at around pity. Okay, not the greatest, but still pretty good. We didn't have to go over soft pity at least. It doesn't. I don't think with that math. And I could have lived with that. But then I realized that I got the light cones for the Topaz banner and her banner mixed up. I thought the one with Resolution shines as pearls of sweat, or Resolution shines on the muscle man's back, was on the Topaz banner. It's on this one.
I
So
wish it was.
yeah. So initially, I had planned to save my Jade to pull on the everything else on Topaz to go full aha and build the musical stonks team because I can't make fart. I have no adventuring. So instead, I had to throw a few pulls at the light cone banner here. This worked out, and this is where the good luck actually was. This one with getting Robin's signature light cone. Now, people will tell you that Robin's signature light cone isn't very important, and I suppose on a very technical level, that's true. You don't need it to make Robin go. However, making Robin go is much more comfortable with it.
Well, I think that the reason why people are down on it is because at a slightly higher level of play than you, basically its bonuses are backwards of what you want, because you need to be regenerating energy while she's singing, not just after she's run out of song.
Yeah.
Because you need to be able to seamlessly begin the song again, ideally, and it's quite difficult to do, which is why most people will try and run her alongside Gallagher and give Gallagher quid pro quo to improve the energy regen,
Yeah. So I have
because
a
she needs to be regening constantly. But the problem with her light cone is her light cone stops giving her energy regen while she's singing.
yeah. So I have a personal workaround for this, and its name is Mr. Tail.
You're just not going to give any credit to to Mr. Tail's tail.
Well, Wobo isn't doing anything to help the energy regen. That's all Mr. Tail. So, because I have access to Mr. Tail, energy regen during song time is not a problem because Wobo will probably get 1 or 2 ults off in the. What? Okay,
I don't know.
I'll take it. But yeah, so energy regen during song time is usually not a problem because Mr. Tail is going to get her a 15 to 20% jump start, and it can be double that if it's going really well for me and Wopo builds up enough energy. so so yeah, the light cone pull actually worked out pretty good for me, and because I don't have an alternate sustain, Mr. Tail's going to be there to help Robin out whenever she needs it for the foreseeable future. Because I will not have enough Jade left to pull for a sustain, even if I wanted to. If my current plan continues, so I'm gonna be stuck with Wopo for a long time.
Well, you could get Topaz in like the first temple.
I could.
It wouldn't be the first time you've done that sort of crap.
That would be very aha of aha because I'd be kicking myself for not rolling for Fei Xiao.
Aha tends to be very aha.
But yeah. So I got her signature light cone. It's helped out a lot. I got the resolution shines CE pretty quick, which I desperately needed because one of my fallbacks for the Acheron team is Pella when I need a defense down and a not skill point hungry character. But the problem is Pella is not very good at generating stat counters for Acheron without resolution shines as pros. She kind of needs it.
Her main advantage is that you can do it if you've got the skill points to spare. So if you're running a Sparkle instead of a Nihility, you can get away with it that way. But most people will replace Pella with that. But Pella also can use her ultimate like every 2 or 3 turns tops, sort of thing.
Yeah, or you could double down on her applying debuffs to make Acheron go faster and not have to worry about it by just equipping that 1 CE to her.
Along with a small mountain of effect hit rate.
Which she has. The thing practically never misses. She has so much effect hit rate. So yeah, that's worked out pretty good. Those were good pulls. I was down to 17k Jade, and I'm back up to I think over 28 now. And between
you had like 2 patches worth of content to go through.
Yeah. So now I keep humming and hawing about if I wanted to shoot for Fei Xiao, but now the deal with pulling is I need Topaz, the character, period, end. Even if I gotta go to hard pity for it. Make the team go. I'm trying to put together. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And Topaz's light cone is a good splashable light cone that I would really, really like to get. And going for Fei Xiao would effectively take the light cone off the table.
Fei Xiao is definitely going to get a rerun before Topaz's next one. I would, unless they decide to go much more regular than people expect with the triple banners.
Yeah. So for now, I'm gonna hold on Fei Xiao. Spontaneity and plans may change because there's so much gem in my pocket right now with stuff to throw at with it.
I mean, there are arguments on both sides, but like because I'm planning to run follow up without Topaz, which is going to be way less effective than follow up with Topaz. But I just want to have a follow up, so that when Simulated Universe is like, haha, we're only going to make you use follow up today, then I actually can do it, and Aha won't just be laughing at me because I'm trying to use follow up on Acheron or something.
Yeah. So follow up Kafka. Hey, follow up Kafka and Ratio got me pretty far in the very early game.
But yeah, so there's a strong argument for Fei Xiao simply because she's an incredibly good linchpin for follow up, but she's also not a needful linchpin for follow up.
Yeah, she is insanely big on the numbers, and her Omni Break with her ult is really, really tempting. But
She there's a lot of people who are posting numbers for her that are like, the tricked out version of her, but she probably has one of the better payoffs of the major carries without getting E1 or S1.
yeah, so so she is considered, but there's also what you mentioned before. We're coming up on a new version patch cycle soon. TM in a couple months.
Yeah, like the thing is that we've had Fei Xiao was follow up, and Jade was follow up, and Boot Hill is follow up, and Lingsha is sort of like pseudo follow up, but most of her stats are built around break. Like there's heaps of follow up characters recently, and while that means that they're not going to immediately bilk people on their Jade investment, it probably means that follow up is rapidly approaching a mature state in the meta, and that it will probably in 3.0 it will probably not receive any further developments.
Yeah, so I've still got some decisions to make on Fei Zhao. It's basically I can realistically with consistent dailies get a guaranteed Fei Zhao and Topaz, or Topaz and her light cone. And the thing about follow up is Topaz will be on the team no matter what the build is because Numby goes ham so much.
If you can hit like not 50-50 but guaranteed for Topaz and Fei Xiao, I would get Topaz and Fei Xiao over Topaz and Topaz's light cone. Unless you have already put massive investment into ratio, that's what I would do.
Yeah, ratios up to the
but
same
only
point.
if you can guarantee it 100%.
Yeah, because
not 50-50. 50-50 not good enough for that plan.
Yeah, it would. Topaz has to be at 100%. So basically, that locks 32k Jade. Is that right? 32k.
Yeah, depending on how many tickets you've got floating around and how many bits and pieces of Stardust or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't spent any of the Stardust yet, but yeah, I can probably backfill about 30 tickets there. I was dump all of it, and anyway, all this is future pulling plans and not particularly interesting for media coverage and personal stuff, but been a lot to think about. And I've got still like 17 or 16 days left to make a decision on Fei Zhao. So it's not a needful immediate decision. But we are back in the Genshin mindset of, okay, I need a plan, make a plan here. Because we're back at that point in the account where I'm progressing into the end game. I have a few workable characters and teams I can slap together that may not be optimal for anything, but can probably get the job done with enough head bashing. But I have a goal team I have in mind now that I need to carefully plan for and pull. And
I have been blindly pulling for Slapdash teams, and it is sort of coalesced into I've got about 3 or 4 sort of teams that are about 75 to 80% of the way there, which is I think is also a viable way of doing things, because if you get one team 100% of the way there, well, then you can do half of Pure Fiction or half of Memory of Chaos. You can't do the whole thing.
yeah, so yeah, I'll have to think about it. But it'll basically come down to, do I think it's worth it to just go ahead and dump my extra overload onto Fei Zhao beyond the guaranteed 100% guarantee on Topaz? Because Topaz is so non-negotiable for the AHA team that I have to keep an entire guarantee for.
Yeah, I mean the other thing though with Topaz though is that Topaz is the oldest part of the follow-up team, and therefore the one that, while her nature is such that she's not likely to be power crept, she's not strictly speaking a support. She's a hunt character, and she's also been around for a long time. So the first piece, other than a raw DPSer, who the raw DPS has in the form of Facia has just been released to power creep ratio to some extent, but the she's the oldest piece, so she's in some senses they're more likely to be power creep first. But I don't think that they will, simply because I think that rather than power creeping her, they will just put follow up on the back burner as a whole moving into 3.0.
Well, they're kind of stuck
And
with it because of Robin. Robin existing makes it very dangerous to power creep Topaz. Because Topaz's
you don't really
frequency
want
of
those
Robin
buffs to get,
procs is
you
why
don't
she's
really
OP.
want it to get any bigger. Yeah. But well, the thing is that there's lots of ways you could power creep. You could power creep Topaz, because Topaz, like I said, she's played as a support. Like, she just doesn't work if you don't have the buddies for her.
Yeah.
So she's sort of functionally a support, even though she's a hunt character, because she simply can't do anything on her own.
The other
Like, you
reason,
can't build hyper carry Topaz.
yeah. The other reason to go for Topaz's Light Cone is it applies a debuff. It counts for ratio, and his percent chance to do a follow up.
Always a plus.
So that's an argument.
If you're going the ratio route, then the light cone becomes a lot more valuable. That's why I say that the Fei Xiao ratio thing is sort of mutually exclusive. Like, I have very little investment in my ratio. Like, he's sort of bare bones at the moment, so it was fine for me to just jump ship to Fei Xiao. But you've actually been using him for stuff, so you've probably been at least keeping an eye out for bits of gear he can use and building his traces up and stuff.
Yeah, like all my characters, no boss parts have been spent on any trace beyond the key. However, all of his keystone traces are purchased.
Yeah, and you're working with low resources right now because you haven't been playing as long. So doing an about face, because like if you pull face out, she will replace ratio. Your ratio will be benched for every situation where the enemy is not weak to imaginary but not to wind. Basically, your ratio will be benched. All that investment is down the drain. So
yeah,
you've got to sort of think that they can Topaz can work with either of them very well, but those two can't usually work together. You can make it happen, but you wouldn't usually.
Yeah,
because you're tying up 2 slots already with Robin and Topaz, and you're going to need a sustain.
Mr. Tail is going to be there to give Robin her battery and keep and Woko's got to keep everybody alive. Thankfully, they occupy this simultaneously. So yeah, lots of pulling decisions there. But Robin came into the team at the end of the day as the TLDR on this. I had pre-farmed her and had Vol stick his Black Swan on his support list last weekend, so that I could pre-farm for her. And
so I could get credits funneled into my pocket at a ridiculous rate.
Yeah, so this is the point where his Black Swan became more efficient for me to farm with than his Firefly. Because my characters were finally at level 80 now, or working their way towards 80. And Firefly could waffle bop things with no support and no imaginary Trailblazer, because even though I had access to it, it felt like this is going to be a big story significant moment, so I just refused to use that until I get it in story.
And it kind of was. Like, there's no question in my mind that Stel did play Devil May Cry.
Yeah. So I'm glad I did that. However, this meant I had no way to support your Firefly.
Yeah, Firefly needs 2 supports. Run May, usually. Though it doesn't have to be Run May, it's usually Run May. And Harmony Trailblazer. Harmony Trailblazer, as I said, has to be replaced. They can't stay that way forever. So there'll eventually be a replacement for that. But there's not really a good replacement for Ruan Mei yet. But I feel like Ruan Mei is a simple enough design that they could power creep her quite easily. But if Ruan Mei was power creeped, it would just make her second place. It wouldn't make her useless. Because you could just play them both at the same time, her and whoever she gets power creeped by.
Yeah. So that's that was the shoe with using your Firefly. I had no break anything to support. But I did have a Kafka and a Acheron, both of which wanted more dots on the target.
I often play Acheron with Black Swan. It's not one of the more popular comps, especially now Jiachu's out, because everybody's got Jiachu on the team. But I usually swap between Guinaife and Black Swan based on enemy weaknesses. But Gwen a stronger supporter, but Black Swan's personal damage can edge her out.
So yeah.
'Cause Black Swan has good defense shred, but it's not as much as the damage amp that Gwen has.
Yeah. So so yeah, I started borrowing your Black Swan to do the mega grind of where I just had to sit there and kill bosses forever and burn all my backed up uh juice, express refuel juice that I had been
Yeah,
accruing.
that 7 kills to do the last 10 levels of each boss is a doozy.
Yep, and I had like about 10 characters that need just to have a roster of characters I could flip through for emergency situations. So borrowed Black Swan, went to town on everything, and got the roster to 80. Got and got Robin as good as I could get her without extra boss drops because I only unlocked her keys choices. And got all the light cones that were on important characters leveled up, and moved on into 2.2 proper. 2.2 was where everything finally started to come together with the game. I think they did a really good job tying the Express to Pinacone and making the characters personally invested in what goes on. And I think they did a real good job with the reveals with Gallagher and the enigma that he's a part of. I don't remember if I read somewhere that he's a creation of something around the enigma, or if he's or exactly what his deal was.
Yeah, that it's left intentionally unclear because of the fact that everything surrounding Follows of the Enigma is definitionally unclear. Like there's not supposed to be any clarity. If there was clarity, then they would not exist.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's the implication is that he's a history fictionologist.
yeah. So his nature of whether or not he is real or a composite of multiple people around it, the time of Pennacone's founding in state is also unclear. But none of this bothers me with Gallagher because that kind of seems like the thing they were.
Yeah, so the real question is he a history fictionologist who has created a history for himself to insert himself into Pennacone's history, or is he created by a history fictionologist, was inserted for the purposes of carrying out his role, and now no longer exists, but the history fictionologist that actually wrote him exists somewhere else?
Yeah. So it or is it a mix of both? We may not learn the answer to
It could
these.
literally be both at the same time.
Yeah.
It's
We
just how they are.
yeah, we may never know the answer to this because the whole stick of the enigma appears to be uh people just shouldn't know everything. So yeah, Gallagher's stuff was fun. The stuff with Mikhail was really well done. Um, I liked the reveal of Misha being the contents of the memory bubble that got loose. I liked the reveal of what Clocky actually was and why only you can see him and later other characters can, and how it's only people from the Trailblaze that can see Clocky. Like, all that stuff worked out really really well. And the scene where Chipe looks at the traveler when they have the hat on their head already, walking into the the soda pop venue final scene area to go talk to Sunday. All that worked out really well. I
Yeah,
loved all of that.
this is where I really started writing on every single survey. Please give me a way to rewatch the story, re-experience the story, because all of that stuff now, as far as my account is concerned, only exists on freaking YouTube.
Yeah. So
But they did it so well that I really want to be able to see it again.
yeah, it was all really really well done. So I hope they continue that quality throughout, and they seem to have been pretty close or kept it up the whole way through. So now we're at the finale of Pinacone where Sunday takes the mask off and is like, "Ha ha ha! I actually follow this dead Eon that got eaten by by Jipe because their paths got too close." Or I think Jipe came into existence or something, and the Path of Harmony was bigger and overlapped order, so that's how Anna got eaten.
Yeah, usually the broader path consumes the lesser path. Though there are exceptions, nobody really knows exactly what causes them to come about. Um, so sometimes it seems like it might actually even be spatial, like they can exist alongside each other so long as they don't come within range of each other, since aeons appear to exist within physical space.
So as long as
Like,
they don't,
there's not really a good reason for why propagation was contemporaneous with abundance.
yeah. So as long as they don't give each other high fives, they're probably okay, or they could possibly be okay.
Well, I mean, propagation is gone now, so we can't even test it.
Is he dead or is he sealed?
Well, they talk about remains. Normally the remains of a thing are dead.
Because one of the books I read seemed to imply that Amber Lord eventually, at the end of the big war with him, just locked him up in a block of amber.
Yeah, well, the thing is that a lot of the books are written by propagandists, and we know now that Locha has it.
All right, they finally told us what's in his coffin. That's current patch stuff, though. We're not there yet. So we're on to our final boss fight. Sunday has done the reveal. He is the big bad, and we go into our final dungeon of the big theater that's been on the horizon the whole time, and we run through the theater. He sets up big final boss. Let me explain my philosophy to you. Corridors, as final bosses are apt to do.
Yeah, he knows he's doing it though. Like he's like, no, this is the point. There would be no point if I didn't explain it.
Yeah, so he's got to do the final boss thing, but you just don't care at this point because it's done so well with the emotional moments, with especially with Mikhail or Micah, whatever their name is the bellboy, and the
Also,
bubble.
Stella's a goober, so
Yeah, also still being a goober. I
Mom,
love.
I'm on TV.
Yeah, it is
I
the
presume you picked that option.
I picked the dumbest option I could every time one was presented, and I only introduced myself as the Galactic Baseballer. So the there's
I
that
mean,
go.
what's the one situation where I introduced myself as a raccoon instead?
I didn't do that event, so that one was not in the
There's
archive.
there's one time where you can just say, when somebody asks who you are, you can just say, "Oh, I'm a raccoon."
Yeah, selling her trash cans.
But the person you're talking to immediately recognizes, "Oh, that must mean you're the Galactic Baseballer."
Yeah, that sounds about right. Still, Scooberisms really will come to the forefront in 2.3 in the epilogue, where we get to see them from Firefly's perspective. For now, though, Stella's gooberisms are irrelevant only in that if you've been playing Stella as a goober the whole time and watching her walk into the final boss fight after her recent playthrough of Devil May Cry, wearing the stupid hat and doing the little hat grab and twist in every single animation she has, looks like she's about to start moonwalking. It works out really well. And it's just so dumb, but so cool. It is somewhere between dumb and cool while hitting both as hard as it possibly can, that it just works. I love everything about that stupid hat.
I think that you would be feeling a little bit sore at this point if you had been trying to play Trailblazer really straight.
Probably, but when you're given options like the one Stella's given, who would do that? Well, anyway, with the latest part of the event, they have canonized Stella's gooberness as part of hard canon now. So there is a correct way to play Stell, and it is what you would normally think is the wrong dialogue option every time.
Where you play pretend with Bailu.
That is true. You do mourn over a dead Mark 7's camera. So don't worry, it gets even more confirmed and even dumber than that in the follow-up event. So yeah, that all works. You're going through the final dungeon. He's expanding why he's a servant of order and stuff, and you get to the final boss fight. Okay, he's got a JRPG transformation into this big conductor mecha man. All right, let's throw down. You throw down. That fight was really easy. Holy crap, maybe it wasn't too early to bump up my world level. Oh, what's this? At the end of the fight, things are already not going that bad for me, but oh, look, it's Don Hung. And the boy the general, and he used that once in a lifetime abacus thing that I forgot about because I don't care about the Lofu. Okay, cool. This ain't the ending, is it? Because none of this makes sense. And they proceed to put this glowy happy ending bow on everything and roll the credits, and the whole time I'm like,
they carried that on way longer than I expected them to.
I was never tricked for a second, but I was too surprised how long they were going with the bit.
I did not expect them to put so much effort into continuing to spin out the story about what happened afterwards.
Yes. So that is the first conclusion when the credits roll. And this is the second time when what actually happens here and how the mechanics of Penacony operating with Memoria and all that kind of made me stop and pause, and I just decided this is the big one where I had to just let it go. Because Black Swan knocks on your brain when you go to bed after this and is like, so this was a little bit screwed up in case you couldn't tell. Can you tell me what was screwed up about it? And gives you a list of things where the obvious answer is, wait, Misha's supposed to only exist in the memory. How did he greet me in the hotel when I first got there? And this is the big reveal of you've been inside of Ina's dream the whole time. But this brings into question when Ina's dream started, because you remember the bellboy existing from the start of your adventure, and the power of order didn't start manifesting the way it does in the big boss fight until the big boss fight.
Well, the thing that you've got to remember is that Memoria is not something that just exists in the dream. Like, Memoria is like, they're like molecules. Like, they exist in real space. I think that the implication is that Misha was actually able to manifest, like, physically out of the Memoria in real space in the waking world.
Okay. But still,
I think that's what I'm speculating, because my gut feeling is that you could not have Sunday using any harmony powers if he's also like actively using order power at the same time, because we know for a fact that your Aeon doesn't need to be alive in order for you to use the path's power, and clearly at the end he's planning to use the order's power. That's where he's sourcing his power from. But I don't think that he would have been able to like fully go into harmony wizard mode if he was, pumping order power. And obviously he's working he's working against divergent interests from his own at that point in the story. Like, his plan clearly hasn't come together. So I think that the order dream comes into play at some relatively late stage. Like, very, very late in the story does that actually all click into place. And that's why it seems so seamless, because, for all we know, that's why he was monologuing.
Yeah. So I guess it could be at any point. And either way, it doesn't really matter. When it actually happens, and Acheron seems to imply time doesn't necessarily work super linear when you get into that boundary space between the dream world and the real world. That's just kind of loose floating Memoria in the deep sea dreamland that you first meet her in when the train shows up, because you can tell her you think you've seen her before in those times, and she doesn't act surprised by this.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've been under the impression throughout most of the story that most dream things just don't really touch Acheron. Like, she can play along with them, but she doesn't really experience them in the same way as everybody else.
Yeah, well, I think something explicitly says that, or she might say herself that because specifically she's an emanator of nihility, that affords special protection against the power of other aeons and memory and things like memoria. Like it just doesn't stick to her because it gets nihilified.
There's also, I think it's a little bit questionable how well you could get a multi-layer dream to take on Firefly, since she's just not really equipped to dream. And the fact that she's able to go to Penacony at all is sort of a special exception that's been engineered by Silverwolf.
Yeah, it's the Stellaron
Like, she had
Hunters.
to use reality editing just to be able to dream.
Yeah, so so that was a bit of a hang up point, and eventually I just let it go.
I think that one is the sort of hang up point where I think there are multifarious possible explanations, but the particular one is not really that important to the overall thrust.
Yeah, because it's not going to matter in a second anyway, because we're about to get bounced right back into the thick of the boss fight. Because there are shenanigans going on inside Penacony outside of the boss fight immediately involving Acheron and Boot Hill and the people still on the Express. I think Don Hung and Pom Pom are it though, and various other players in the story. They're not really relevant to getting the point across here. But at the end of the day, you manage to wake yourself up from the dream and can go back to face smashing. There are special
Or getting
mechanics.
your face smashed, as the case may be.
Yeah. So the emotional high points of this fight, we're going full Macross with Sunday having his full final boss mode turned on and picking up right where he left off in a brand new 3-phase fight starting from the phase 2 of before. And you after you get through phase 1 of the second fight with him, you will go a few rounds in phase 2, and then the background music will fade out. And he will launch a big super FU attack that's scripted as all heck and doesn't hit as hard as normal. And doesn't care about how much of the choir you've left alive. And then you hear a new happier track cut in and the sound of a choo-choo train. And you see Robin pop up like she's a singer in Macross, cut the background music out and replace it with one of her insert songs, and start singing that while you get the ability to summon a dream version of the Astral Express to go choo choo into the boss. All
Well,
this,
basically, just because of rule of cool.
yeah, all this works great. What was a slight issue for me though is this is a break boss, and you're forced to use Imaginary Trailblazer, which you kind of have to with a break boss. But at this point, I didn't have any characters that were built to or even could really exploit break.
Basically, nobody did.
Yeah, so I walk.
It was essentially designed for where everybody's attempting to use break in a vacuum, basically to make break more attractive.
Yeah, so I walked into this boss fight with underpowered traced characters. Most of them don't even have a fully upgraded artifacts, and I had to start and restart this boss fight for 4 hours straight until I got a team that could finally bust through phase 2. Because
It took me an awfully long time as well. I don't think it took me 4 hours. I think I did have to restart it like 5 or 6 times or something like that. Because I was just getting bodied. Like, it would hit a point where I knew, oh no, I've definitely fallen too far behind. There's no way I can get my health back up in time to survive.
it's like I needed Acheron's ult up the second the choo choo train became available so that I could immediately break the choir.
Bro, I didn't have Wowo. I was still rolling with Natasha at this point.
Yeah, I did have Wowo. And what I needed the boss to do to make this a feasible win was I needed him to hit Wowo every single time. Anytime he did a single target anything, it all needed to go on Wowo. Phase 1 didn't really matter too much who he hit, but the second phase 2 started, all his single target attacks needed hit Wowo until the first round of break on his choir. because if the choir's not broken and he puts up a shield, the choir gets super juiced. And in addition to the choir seeming faster and doing more damage, he he hits a lot harder and can charge up his super duper attack. That would just kill me. I had no way to survive it.
It generally does just kill you, yeah. Like if you're running like all heavily HP built characters, you can probably survive, but it's designed to be a wipe mechanic.
Yeah, well,
Or
Wowo could
very,
take
very
it.
close to it.
Yeah, Wowo could take it. He's the only one that could take it. Everybody else was kind of screwed.
Well, most healers are pretty high on HP.
So,
It's
so
one thing I'm wondering about Lingsha because she doesn't scale with HP at all. I'm not quite sure how she's going to survive.
yeah. So, I did manage to get there in the end by just sitting on Acheron's ult for the perfect time and getting a setup where everybody was full HP and he did single target attacks before he put the shield up. And I had the choo choo train and blew that shield and that choir up and managed to push through into phase 3. And then Robin had just been humming the song before, but now the lyrics cut in. And we go to the most JRPG third phase of a boss fight you've ever seen in your life, where we have the boss turns into a burn phase on the break bar instead of the health bar, but still a burn phase. Now, I didn't know anything that was coming in this fight, and the stupid tutorial pop-ups in these Hoyoverse games continue to annoy the crap out of me, because I accidentally mashed through everything it was saying, and just kind of hoped I understood Super Break by that point, and the fact that he had 9 break bars meant this was the objective, and just did everything I could to break it as hard as I could when I realized he was now weak to everything. But I got to hear a whole lot of heads up, the wheels are spinning, while I was sitting there thinking about what to do. And I think everybody survived with like 200 HP when he got the super attack off in phase 3. I had broken just enough bars to barely live through it. So it's not an insta wipe if you don't fully break him, but he does finger a god you. And I think you have to, at my health level, I had to break like 7 or 8 break bars almost to survive.
It's designed to be that way because you don't really have a lot of control over how much toughness damage you do.
Yeah.
So it's not actually a gear based fight. Like the amount of HP that you have will affect how much health you have left over. But it's designed to be doable no matter what your team is because toughness damage doesn't scale with anything.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a pretty good fight. I enjoyed the whole way through. I liked the Choo Choo Train super move you get. I liked all the Astral Express doing callouts. I liked that it was just a stock JRPG final boss in the most stock JRPG final boss of all time. But they managed to hit the emotional highlights.
It's stock is because everybody loves it. That's
yeah,
why.
yeah. When you do it right, like they did here, you understand why this formula works. But I mean, down to the second wind in phase 2 for the protagonist to the last phase being a burn phase. Like every JRPG final boss trope is here. This final boss fight. And they just did a real good job with it and was a good way to cap off the story, the main story of Pinacone. And then we get to 2.3. And this is 2.3, 2.4, the epilogue. And we get to witness Stell embrace her inner goober, and the writing team just say fuck it.
The trailblazer in her natural habitat.
You are now the manager of the hotel lobby because something Astral Express owns 6 or 5% of some part of Pinacone.
Well, that's after all the negotiations, and it's like that's the epilogue to the next patch.
Yeah. So all right. So I guess we gotta do the trash shit first. So you go to the negotiations for all the fallout of this after Sunday's been arrested, and you do your cleanup in Pinacone, and those are all interesting and everything. What's actually funny here is Sparkle just sends a bomb threat that says all the buttons that she's been passing out that have been super foreshadowed to be something's actually going to happen. No. She's just gonna put sparkle dolls with speakers in them all over the ship you're having the negotiations on. And
She just thought it would be top kick, that's all.
yeah, only one of them's a real bomb. And Firefly takes that one and throws it away. And you get a midair catch rescue going on there. But this is where Sparkle rickrolls you. This is the one bit of the story I've had spoiled like 80 times. Is the Rickroll Sparkle doll? So I knew it was coming, but it was still funny. The fact that I managed to get to that bit in the dialogue tree without a guide probably says a lot more about how I've been playing Trailblazer than anything else. So so that was all fun. And but now the Astral Express owns 5% of. I don't think it's the entirety of Pinacone. I think it's just a part of it. But the important thing here is the Trailblazer now decides they are the big boss. They own.
This is what they decide that this is what this translates to.
Yes.
This 5% share in the commercial enterprise that is Penacony.
Yep. So this comes with the ship you are having the negotiations on as part of the deal. And the Trailblazer just decides, yeah, I'm gonna be the one that runs this. I'm gonna be the captain. And so immediately takes to hiring a first mate and going around the ship and painting it in the colors of a trash can. And drawing a trash can on the fins. And general just turbo goober things. Meanwhile,
That's just when it's from your point of view.
Yeah, before this, during the negotiations, you follow Firefly around a bit to go talk to Jade and walk around the ship. And you, as you're doing the quests with Firefly from her point of view, you'll see Trailblazer off in the background doing some incredibly ridiculous stuff, like standing on the prow of the ship with trying to grab the origami birds or something. And Firefly just looks over, is like, "Oh, that's totally normal. I'll say hey to him later." And this happens like 4 times if you look around the areas while you're taking Firefly for a walk.
Well, I mean, she did know Still before. Presumably, some things don't change.
Yeah. So this is just normal. I guess it's Stellaron HQ. Stellaron Hunter HQ.
Or maybe it's just that, well, Still has always been a goober.
Yeah. So they'll see you threatening to steal a man's chest and looking at it further, and she's like, "Oh, okay, that chest." Then sees the chest on the ground that Stella's trying to get a hold of, and yeah, the gooberism just reaches just insane. So you now own an airship in the dream, I think. But I guess you can real boot it the real world too. It
I
has
don't know if
track,
you can do that with things that big, but
but
it's sort of hard to say. Like the whole point of Penacony is that the actual line between dream and reality is kind of iffy. That's why they were able to build the dream to begin with.
yeah. So either way, Stell now thinks she's captain of the ship and is going to paint it like a trash can.
No, she is officially captain of the ship. That post is official.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Presumably because Himiko and Welt didn't want to deal with it. So you take control of the ship. Shenanigans ensue, and that's kind of where the ship story ends, aside from the Origami Birds quest. At least as far as I've done it so far, unless there was hidden stuff around the ship I missed. Where you go
Yeah,
around.
there's not really much there. It's pretty much exists to be a venue for a simulated universe.
Yeah. So Dr. Ratio sets up shop downstairs and sets up the Divergent Universe thing. And that's about all to do with the trash can ship. And then we go to the real highlight of this patch, which was the one-off side mission where Stell decides she owns the hotel. And you show up in the lobby. What was it? What happened when I triggered this quest? I think I sent it to you immediately. From today onwards, I will be the mistress of this hotel, Stell says. And I think I just sent the caption, "Oh no." and
Could possibly go wrong?
it goes exactly as you would expect it would, with Stell going full goober mode and doing things like resisting the urge to take out her baseball bat and destroy the automated check-in system, and chugging bottle after bottle of Soul Glad, just because she can get a 12-pack of Soul Glad for free. So why wouldn't she? She can't let it all go to waste. And trying to check in various guests, not knowing how to do it, and just letting them do what they want, and helping Boot Hill and Argenti uncover a cult of Pesci that is exclusive to people under 4.5 feet.
Well, not just Papishi,
Yes,
because they invite non-Papishi members as well.
but only if they're under 4.5 feet. And this is how King K gets roped into showing up because she thought, I guess it was a Celestial Jade get together or something. Not really explained what she thought it was.
What she thought it was a free holiday.
Yeah. Regardless, she thought she wouldn't have to work. So she shows up and gets kidnapped by the cult, and through various shenanigans and failing, and eventually just having to go get Argenti and Boot Hill, you try to rescue Kinke, and after failing miserably and getting help from the other two, you successfully disrupt the cult and its activities, and then Stell calls the manager of the hotel up and is like, "I'm done. I can't do this anymore." And he just quits on the spot. And that's the end of the quest. But it had a ridiculous amount of effort put into it for this one-off dumb side quest.
Like, what was it? I'm pretty sure there was a reveal of some kind as well. I think it was. I might be misremembering because it was a long time ago for me, but I think this is also where it's revealed that the front desk manager is actually Dancy.
Oh, I think I just assumed that because he's at the front desk the whole time as well as thrown up in the dream. So I just assumed he was both the whole time. So yeah, that quest was fun. And then that gets us to the War Dance event. You've already covered the War Dance event when it first started, talking about March and we're going through training. And
To become the best swordsmaster, the best heroine.
Yeah,
Definitely for reals.
Yeah. This is tied into a Trailblaze continuance about the Lofu again. Done much better than before because they're able to actually focus on characters this time. And before, I did not give a crap about a lot of the characters that are showing up throughout this event. Like, I did not care about Yan King at all. Like, he is just whatever. But the event's doing a good job of attaching me to him as a character.
You would have a lot more preloaded resentment of him if you had ever pulled him.
Yeah. So
I pulled him twice.
They're trying to rehabilitate his character from literally nothing into something workable, and they're expanding March 7th's role in the story. There a whole bunch of characters are making returns, especially in part 2, and
Hexanexus.
And Hexanexus is in the jail. He's been arrested and is still developing expansions to Hexanexus while in jail. But yeah, the Foxy and Wolf story is kind of all one package. So until you finish all that, I think we hold off talking about that because I've been rattling on about the Star Rail experience for a while now.
So if you've been getting teabagged by bosses, how did you beat Hule? Because he's pretty relentless.
Imaginary March 7th is given to you, and she is overpowered as crap.
She didn't really move the needle in my party.
She did work in mine. I just stuck Robin in there and let her go to town.
Yeah, she didn't really contribute all that much for me.
Yeah, I forget who I tied her to. I think I just tied her to Yan King and just had them keep the bonus dog down and just It only
Oh,
took.
that would be why you found it easy. I didn't bring Yanqing at all. I bet they buff him for this fight.
Yeah, he's a trial character, I think. The fight after Boulay, the one I'm not sure you've done yet, the next Echo of War.
Oh yeah, that was trivial.
Okay,
I walked over it.
that one's a bait. Because they in most things where they give you a trial until this patch or a story character, you've been obliged to take them with you in the party, as far as the main story is concerned. This isn't true for events, but going into that, the 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 Fei Zhao boss. How do I put this? There is zero negative reason to bring Yan King in that fight.
I didn't even realize he was available.
Yeah, he's a story character, and they will if you're going in there to pre-set up a roster, he's there like you're supposed to stick him in your party.
Is he?
Yeah.
No,
yeah
when I started that
there's
fight,
an
they were all empty spaces. I'm sure of it.
there is a achievement for removing him from your party.
I don't remember getting an achievement for moving from the party. In fact, I don't think he was in there to begin with.
I'm wondering if we're at the same point in the story. But
Maybe we're not. I don't know.
But yeah, we'll talk. We can clarify all that because I don't want to accidentally spoil stuff for you once you get to the end of the current.
Yeah, I don't
stuff.
don't remember any of that crap. I went in there, I put Fei Xiao in the party, and she walked over the boss.
Yeah, so
not barely even qualified as a fight. I got the you mad achievements for completely forestalling the boss's ability to do anything and wrecking his shit.
Yeah, I had a bit of trouble, but firing Yanking got me an achievement and got me the kill. That was the problem. Because yeah, that just be what it be. So yeah, he might only be in your party if you add him in your party because you used the trial version of him for the previous fight.
Oh, that could be so. Could be so. Because when I started that fight, I saw the very rare screen that you don't usually see, which is a party screen with no party members in it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I didn't see that screen. It had my previous team plus facial auto slotted in there, and Yanking was still there as well. And I assumed this meant I had to take Yanking into the Doggo Dragon boss fight.
I don't think he's going to help you very much.
No, he was a liability that caused me to lose the fight several times until I booted him. I didn't realize you could boot him, but yes, you can fire him, and and then I was able to put Robin in there, and we were off to the races. So yeah,
There's a reason I'm salty about pulling him twice.
So yeah, um, this and the war dance itself seem to be like they'll tie up as one big story though. So we can go over all that and the wolves and the Borison and all that when when you get to the end of the event. I'm not done with the event, so we both need to finish the event and then all that and caught up to current Star Rail. So yeah,
And I will then be going on to grinding a million relics until I get decent relics for Fei Xiao.
yeah.
I've got a full set of relics for Fei Xiao, but they're all sort of like 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 tier. Not really good enough for a carry.
Yeah, I have ones that have the right primary stat. Maybe.
I don't have that because I don't have enough speed boots. There are never enough speed boots.
Oh yeah, I don't have speed boots. I have so many characters that are like, well, I would love to use your 4-piece set, but there are no attack boots or speed boots.
Robin doesn't need speed boots.
Yeah, Robin doesn't need speed anything. She just wants more and more attack.
Yeah, well, I think my Robin has like 3,900 attack or something like that.
Yeah, I've jacked mine as high as I can go. The only piece that isn't attack, that can roll attack, is her rope. That's energy regen.
It's probably worthwhile having energy regen. I mean, I regularly get caught out of song on her, and it's always a nightmare trying to get back in it. And you're always wondering, oh, should I delay? Should I delay until the song is back up before using that ult? The answer is almost always no, but you always have to ask yourself the question.
Yeah. He can usually song loop with me if what was on the team. It just depends on how much Mr. Tail is feeling juiced. So yeah, that's Star Rail. So it's finally done. Once I get the main story done, it will go on the daily grind wheel, and I won't have to fit any time to it for a while, which is fine because in the coming month things are going to be very, very, very busy for me, and I don't relish the idea of stopping a story halfway through because work gets too busy.
Are you
Especially,
going to listen to the Monster Hunter audiobook again?
yeah, probably start in November as soon as it's all over. 31st is my deadline to get everything done. I got it in at the buzzer last year. Um, I keep telling myself, I should be getting better at this after so many years of doing it. But this time it might go smoothly and only eat a week or two. This has never happened. The CPA will always find something. So yeah, that's where we're at. All right. You now have free reign to add commentary for Star Rail whenever it's up. I am caught up. We
Yeah,
can,
whenever Fern is not here.
yeah. Well, at the rate Fern goes, he'll forget anything we bring up in the meantime. That boy does not stick with one video game for very long. Fern plays games about as opposite from me as possible. While I will focus on one game and mono game it till it's done, Fern will just jump ship
Play the
when
first hour of every game that gets released.
yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at. I don't have anything else for my week that I really wanted to cover. I've got tax season coming up, and Star Rail is just about done, and that has encompassed pretty much most of my free time for the past somewhere between one and a half to 2 months. So I've been Star Rail for media time, and I kind of wanted to do it all in one burst when Fern wasn't here. Spoil him in case he does want to jump. So, you got anything else on Star Rail before I start moving us to wrap up? I think.
No, not really. It's 8 p.m. I'm starting to get a bit fatigued.
All right, there's your Superstar Rail special. I've called the show Screwubbaboo for a reason. All right, I think we're done, folks. There is an expensive PS5 we can talk about next week, and a few other small things we can talk about next week. But we will see you then. Sayonara. Bye bye.